Welcome back, everybody, to yet again another session of the Moonrise campaign. This is funny. I actually don't remember if I even changed any of the Twitch side for this for the stream information. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I can fix that later. Somebody want to tell me what happened last week? Come on, we just talked about it.
Where's that gif of Captain Raymond Holt from Brooklyn Nine-Nine just shouting "bone"?
We haven't gotten there yet. And I did actually tell that to Ryan earlier when we were talking.
All right. So what happened last time was...
Thank you, Kyle.
I don't know. There we go.
We did some...
Do I do it? Because I'm the one who literally wrote the recap.
No. I mean, we had dreams. We had 3 important dreams. Kenna, Gwen, and Edelweiss were visited by visions in their sleep, or in the case of Edelweiss, actually visited by their father. And there was some cool turnout to that. It went real well. Edelweiss got to have family connection and a sweet new coat out of it, cape, jacket, robe thing. I got visited by the cremator and can now set things on fire easier. It's a more streamlined method of setting things on fire, I should say. And Gwen had internal strife that she struggled to remember the points of conversation as she woke up. After that, we kind of messed around in camp. It was dark, so Nikolai wasn't allowed to mess with the orb yet. Then we started digging. Kenna and Mordehine, once we found a bone and then a skull, Mordehine went with the rest of the party. We then decided to make a trail line and dig out the tunnel, down a couple flights of stairs, to when then we braked for lunch. When we were having lunch, we realized the horses needed to be fed. So then comedic relief ensued with a raging blizzard outside, a mountain goat, and then 3 people on the party searching around the battlements for a way to open the courtyard. We got the horses fed, we got access to the courtyard, and then we decided to finish our lunch, quote unquote, and then went to spend the rest of our day digging. We rolled real well, and that's where we pick up.
Thank you, Kyle. I don't feel like anyone has anything else to add, because I'm pretty sure he hit practically everything.
Every point.
In which case, it is much later into the day. The sun has set, especially given this time of the year where it sets quite early. But you are greeted with an unusual phenomenon in that as the sun vanishes, there is still a warm glow set about this evening. For some of you, perhaps you may have forgotten. Others, anticipation and remembrance of a time much more normal. That the moon in the sky above is glowing with a golden hue. It is one out of a handful of times in the year where the sun, or rather when the moon rises and it glows gold. This is the day of the Honeymoon Festival, which is often an opportunity for individuals to seek out companionship, rather romantic or platonic, and grow relationships. Many cities and countries all around the world partake in this festival. However, you guys find yourselves in a fort, perhaps not distant from civilization, but purposely excluding yourself from it. Covered in mud, gathered sweat, dirt, rock, and perhaps even little pieces of bone as you smell the dinner's stew bubbling away. And you were rewarded. Your hard effort was heavily rewarded with a discovery. The constantly winding stairs that you discovered, buried by stone and rubble and bone, reveals itself to descend into the earth at least 5 stories, roughly 70, 80 or so feet. Constant stairs going down and down and down and down. The work slowed down the further you got because of the need to move out the excess dirt. Luckily, you have a rare gift amongst your party in that you have someone who can move things with their mind, easing the burden of this a little bit, along with many other just diligent workers. However, eventually, you find yourselves at another landing at the bottom, where after some hard work, you manage to clear away more dirt and bone and rubble to discover a solid stone door that leads to you somewhere unknown. It was best decided to not delve any further given the exhaustion that is beginning to set in, and participate in a late dinner, which is where you are all now gathered above in the what I'm going to refer to as the common area of the fort. So, questions, concerns?
Has the storm abated at all?
The blizzard over the course of the long day's work has in fact let up. It is snowing, but it is now no longer a hostile environment to exit into.
And about what time is it right now?
It is about 7:30 p.m.
Good to know. See. About what time do we want to go to bed tonight, y'all?
Same night.
11.
11? I can go for 11. Gets us closer to daytime.
Do we want to set a watch, or go ahead and decide a watch schedule, or is there anyone else wants to do before bedtime?
Dyer, I know you've been doing a lot, and I was busy as well. So I didn't get any recap of the hour that I spent reading, but that's okay. I'm going to spend another hour this night reading, so don't worry about it right now.
I won't, but I'm going to write up a sticky note and attach it to my monitor.
So Kenna would, as everything is cozying down, would once again, put Pyre's axe head into the campfire and control flames the campfire to be a little bigger without expending more firewood. And then kind of cozy on up and start reading some more Bones of the Earth for about an hour.
All right. Relaxed evening.
With Kenna doing that, Lars was gonna mention something, but seeing as everyone's wanting to settle in, Lars will go into thinking more about the process of making tools to make more shot again.
Okay. Just hit me with that a sweet intelligence check, and we'll see your progress.
Sweetest of intelligence checks. I don't know why I did it on here, but I've done it on here. I'll have to get my mouse out. Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
I would also like to ritually cast a spell before going into the long rest period.
Sure.
Quote unquote.
Yeah. What are you into?
she's, during the breaks of tunnel digging and work, that good old trail life. She's just been thinking about the books that she's been reading, specifically the one, Bones of the Earth, and then the other one previously. And the information that she got out of the book listed some plants that she needed. And she doesn't know, or at least, Dyer, you could tell me if she knows or doesn't know.
Mm-hmm.
But has Kenna ever came across a cinder blossom?
No, she has not.
Has she ever heard of them?
Oh, make me a nature check. It's one of those things that wouldn't be out of the ordinary for her clan maybe to have gathered some information on them, but they're not very
11,
local.
11 plus 4 for 15.
Yeah, you've heard of them, which is the reason why you know they are not. You are more inclined to discover them near an area of high volcanic activity.
Yeah. Yep. Which is why I'm ritually casting locate animals or plants.
Okay.
And I would like to use this to kind of meditate in the same spot that this would be before she was reading, sorry. But this would be meditating in front of the campfire.
Mm-hmm.
Cross-legged and just sitting there. And even though it's 10 minutes, she would be sitting there for about an hour, just thinking and feeling the result of the spell. So I would locate animals or plants, cinder blossoms.
Okay. 5 mile radius, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You spend the time before getting comfortable for the evening in front of the campfire, focusing on the crackling of the wood and the flame as it looks around in the hearth before you, focusing and kind of zoning into the sound and life of that. Your senses sort of extend outward, being carried on the smoke of the fire itself out into the surrounding terrain and wildlife, trying to find a bead on a cinder blossom. However, you do not detect anything in 5 miles.
Oh, I realized I was muted. Okay, so that still answers a question of hers. So after that hour of meditation, she would then cozy on up to the fire still with Bones of the Earth, and that's when she would do her hour or so of reading before trying to catch some Z's.
Okay. Okay, now that's gonna have to go.
I have a question.
And I might have an answer.
All right.
We're getting a little country.
Just a little bit. Okay. So you mentioned I messaged you once about a special sort of drink that I could prepare for myself that I had enough ingredients to at one point. Do I still have enough ingredients to do that?
Would Gwen be keeping stocked up?
She would be, but there has been in between now and then a certain marsupial that has gotten into my bag. I think raccoons are marsupials because they've got little points.
You make a fair point, not about the marsupials, but about a raccoon raiding your supplies.
Yeah.
Man, wouldn't it be a big kick in the pants if he took the things you really needed to survive in a precarious situation such as this, huh?
Well, I mean, this is a survival matter, isn't it?
Yeah, at least right now.
Oh, I hear dice.
Yeah, there were some dice. and the dice have determined he did not, in fact, pilfer the things you need to make a concoction.
All right. Then I will say to Nikolai, I'm gonna go down to the river and wash some of these dishes off. I'll be back in about 30 minutes.
Okay.
Try not to get killed. And she will do exactly that. She will take any of the dishes left over from dinner that need to be cleaned. She'll take them down to the river. Clean them, clean herself, and then mix up this fun little drink.
Sure.
And how long does it keep?
It helps, air quotes, suppress urges for about 5 days.
For 5 days?
Yep.
And how, like, now that it is made and not just ingredients in the bag, about how long will it retain its potency?
Well, you basically make one dose at a time.
Okay.
Which will help you for about 5 days, aka it will give you advantage on checks to keep yourself in line.
Okay.
And yeah, I suspect, again, given the amount of traveling you've been doing, and here in between there, you probably have enough to probably make at least 3 doses.
All right. Let me ask you this. Does it completely debilitate my urge or my ability to change, or does it just keep it under wraps?
Both. Which is to say that while under its influences, you can still change, but it's going to be bad if you force it. There will be side effects, is what I'm getting at.
Okay.
You're basically drinking a mild poison.
Yeah.
That's dreadfully harming one half of yourself. And so trying to do the thing it's created to prevent is going to cause some harm. Or in your case, it's going to shoot you up the affliction table.
I'm gonna drink it.
Okay. It is thick and viscous and incredibly bitter. For the next day or so, you're going to have a handful of sores on the inside of your cheeks, which is going to be very unpleasant. And it will suppress Gwen's more aggressive nature, especially the one influenced by her being challenged and the pride of having strength. Basically the animal side, the lichen side that would provide those traits, they're suppressed for the time being.
Okay. Am I still experiencing the symptoms of running down on the affliction scale?
Yes.
Okay.
Except it's no longer, it's not as debilitating because the struggle as to why am I making myself suffer has ebbed away. It is now just like you feel sick versus you feel regret for trying to behave yourself.
All right, good to know.
It's a very complicated ordeal Gwen's going through.
Good to know. In that case, once I'm done with all of that, I am going to return to the fort and sit on a pot and make some tea. And while I'm waiting for that to brew, I am going to sit in the corner, pinching the bridge of my nose, and just listening to what's going on around me, but generally not feeling very happy with what's transpired.
Okay. Anybody else? Before bed activities?
Sure, because I remembered. Well, first of all, coincidentally, not surprisingly, Edelweiss is also going to go to the stream and take a bath. I don't know if it's around the same time Gwen has, though.
she announced to the room that she was going, and that she was going to do some dishes. So it's up to you.
Also a big stream, so I mean, if actively trying to avoid one another, capable of doing so. Otherwise, yeah, you can decide timing.
Yeah. I know I'm not sure it's mentioned, but I'd always would have also announced that because it's like, well, yeah. If that's something that makes you uncomfortable and such,
Oh, you're fine.
Hey, Owl, do you want to roll who went first?
Sure. What are we rolling?
D20.
Okay. What is it? Higher number goes first?
Yeah.
These are the important things.
These are important things.
Who took a
What'd you
bath
get?
first?
8.
Yeah, he beat me. Got a 3. I blame this,
Well, it's probably for the best. I think, you should wash dishes first. You shouldn't let them get all crusty, especially out here. That'd be gross.
Yeah, but I also,
present
otherwise
on.
would have washed. I think I said that otherwise would have taken the dishes, with them. Because, like, well, yeah, I'm down there. I'll do some dishes.
But the dishes were gone. They were already done.
Mm-hmm.
The dishes were already done. They probably would have just, greeted Gwen at one point or another. Just, what are you doing?
Is this before or after she's left?
Oh, before, I think,
At the river.
At the room.
at the river, yeah.
Down by the river.
What does it look like? Odd.
Obviously typing what it looked like. What?
What does it look like?
They just came when they were they saw Gwen.
No, I mean, she's asking. You say what is she doing, and I'm just saying, well, what does it look like?
I don't know. I'm not very familiar with such things.
I'm taking a bath and washing some dishes, or getting done with the aforementioned activities. She's looking a little green around the gills.
You want me to finish the dishes? I could
No.
just go river and...
No, it's all yours. I'm already done. So. Enjoy your wash, and she'll haul what she's got back up to the camp.
Alright. Now. Or afterwards, I do want to have the cloak that I was given by my father. By the way.
Mm-hmm.
And when I come back, I'm just gonna... What's Nikolai doing?
Nothing. He's getting journaling and going to sleep like he usually does.
Nikolai, excuse me.
Yes.
You're not very good with the cold, are you? It doesn't look like it.
I don't mind it. I haven't stayed this long out in intense cold. He thinks a little bit. Probably not this long, ever. So, yeah.
It looks like we're going to be all staying a while together, so, I thought it might be good to share some of the things I have, and they're just gonna take out the cloak they were given, which at this moment just looks like it's very similar to what they were wearing before, sturdy, brown, average looking. Here, you should use this. It's actually helps you keep warm. It's magic, of course. I'd gotten it from my friend. She's an amazing tailor, and she didn't make it, but she's able to get such things, and well, I already wearing my own. That's more useful in combats and dangerous situations, and I might as well share this with you. I'm gonna consider regifting. It's helping protect someone else. So, oh, and you can make it look however you want.
Really?
So, yeah, they're going to put on the cloak and just change the appearance to this very pure white, just very fluffy looking on the top, and just have this silvery embroidery, and the rest of the cloak below. I guess the head part and the bit of the neck is like fur, and then everything else just this beautiful velvety. You're not velvety. Velvety? Sure. No, that's a different texture. And then they're just gonna take it off and give it to Nikolai.
Thank you. He'll put it on. Does he notice any change immediately?
Yes. If you were cold, you immediately begin to feel warm. You know the difference between like walking into a cold room versus walking into a warm room? It suddenly feels like you're in a warm room.
Ooh, I like this.
Well, also protect things from damage.
And if Nikolai thinks about it, while the cloak is with him, it will change appearance.
He'll just think of a simple black cloak, which towards the bottom quarter will gradient to silver.
And
does it do it instantly?
Yes.
Ooh.
Like as literally as the thought is forming in your head, you watch it as the top turns from white and fluffy to black, descending down, eventually gradiating into silver as your thought literally forms and you consider, I wish the cloak would be like this, and it becomes as such.
Lars stares intensely.
Quite. Thank you. This is very nice.
Of course. It still is mine, but
Yeah.
I'll let you have it for a bit.
Yeah. Whenever. Yeah. Ask when you need it back. But this is. Thank you. I will. Very much
small bow.
appreciate it.
Question. Sorry. Unless you guys are not done. My bad. I apologize.
No. He will bow back to Edelweiss with a small thank you. And
For Hargy, should I just give him this? Can we just like post a block in the chat?
I don't know why you're asking Hargy, but the DM is okay with that.
Oh no, I meant before Hargy continues. Can I just put that in?
Yeah, if you don't mind sharing, then you can share.
Sharing is caring.
Yep.
No,
I have no.
I don't know why you're asking Hargy.
I said before.
Well, I know. Oh, I just heard. Is it right if I put the thing in chat, Hargy? And I was like, what?
what?
Anyway, speaking of Kyle.
Okay, guys.
It's alright.
Also before Kyle. No, go ahead. I'm kidding.
Are you sure?
Yeah. No, I was just okay. Sorry.
Okay, I see. Making a joke. What time? So as that conversation has happened, am I reading my book right now? Is this where everything's culminated at the time?
Yeah, Ken is currently in the midst of reading a book.
What? Okay. When she kind of finishes up reading, she cuts it short a little bit.
Okay.
She has this idea. Out of character. What time have we hit? Like, what's the sun looking like? What's the moon looking like?
The sun is gone.
Okay.
Moon is not quite at its apex, but it's getting there. It's about
So the moon,
it's about 8:30.
The moon has risen though.
Yes.
it is in the sky.
Yes, absolutely.
Out of character question, because I know what will happen at some point, but because of the lore that I wrote that you asked me to for the clan, is there any golden glimmer on the moon at any capacity at all?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. All right. So all the answers I needed, so I'll get back into Kenna. And I don't know who's in the room with her, but she kind of like closes the book. I'll take middle watch. Gwen, would you take last watch?
Can I roll insight check? Can I roll insight on that?
Yeah. Always more than welcome to insight check your fellow companions and allies, air quotes.
Suspicious. Why am I doing this in roll 20?
Because you hate yourself, and good luck.
Yikes. 11. 6 plus 5.
Okay.
I don't even think it beats a passive charisma score of Kenna's, so.
It would. I got a 10.
Oh, well then. Well, I'm
not like I don't. There was no deceiving going on.
Well, yeah. I mean, it gets a general read. Like, so, what's Kenna? What does she look like? Because she suddenly was being very like pointed and almost giving orders, like she's doing something. What kind of expression is she wearing on the half of the face that can be seen? You know, what kind of body language is she carrying?
Sure. I don't know how thick the book is. I don't know if you're looking at Cam's. Is this about how thick Bones of the Earth is?
Yeah, that's actually strangely size and shape and cover is actually a pretty good representation. Yeah,
it's just like leaned back in one of those wooden chairs. You know, she's not that far into the book. Probably about this far.
Yeah.
All right, headphone cable. I need you to unwind yourself. I don't know
Breaking
why you're
my
keeping up
immersion.
so bad. I know. Should be like reading and then kind of like cut it short and just close it and then just kind of like think about it. So I'll take middle watch since it's getting to be nightfall, and then we'll look around and be like, Gwen, will you take final watch? Like, she definitely has a purpose for asking.
Sure. I'll see why not. I like to get sleeping early. I get up early anyway.
Perfect. Might as well not waste energy.
I'll take. There are four watches, right?
There are 4 watches.
Or is that
Yes.
3 watches?
Technically, there are 4. You guys could have 5, or you could squeeze 3. Well, you couldn't really squeeze 3. People wouldn't get long rest, but.
Nikolai will. I'll do second watch, seeing as this cloak will keep me comfortable over the night, so probably be best.
Lars will break away from thinking and go, I shall take the first.
Okay.
Diary, I have a couple of questions.
Yep, just to recount, we have Moldahain for first, Nikolai for second, Kenna for third, and Gwen for fourth. Just so we all know, 2-hour shifts, an 8-hour watch over the course of the night. Gwen, you may ask your questions now.
1. When I was outside, did I notice any effect on my person that the strange color of the moon had on me? And did it persist, if so, after I took the cough syrup that I came up with?
The effect as you went out, was actually calming to your nerves.
Okay.
Your nerves no longer felt as frayed as they did under this particular moonlight.
Okay. And do they still feel more settled?
Yep.
After. Okay. Right. And that is actually all I had. 'Cause I thought I had a second question, but I forgot it.
Cool. Kenna, any continuation there?
Well, no, she would just, she would basically, no, not really. I mean, she kind of finished up reading, I'd say about 10, 15 minutes early with that thought. And gonna go through since she's not gonna be first watch like normal, instead of using some of that like light activity downtime, she's gonna gather up her tools and make sure they're all accounted for. She's gonna give them a look over, probably make sure they're not like dinged and such too badly, and just gather all of her stuff in her bag, and then go ahead and lay down for sleep so that she can be rested and awake.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good enough for me. And actually, a quick recounting. I'm going to double back real fast. I want 2 people, whoever you guys want, to make me intelligence checks. You guys did a lot of digging today, and there was a lot of skeletal remains mixed in with the dirt. I want to see if you guys can compile roughly how many bodies you think total were in all of it.
I'm pretty bad at it, but
Check.
Edelweiss was kind of like watching things, so I feel like it'd make sense if I took a check.
And also, Nikolai was at least actively separating the bones out from the rubble, so I feel like he would also do that.
I feel like it makes sense. Both of us do a check? Anyone?
That's it.
I have a question.
I just want 2.
I have a question.
And I might have an answer.
Would medicine check also be appropriate in this situation?
A medicine check could tell you maybe what kind of creature or what sort of skeleton it was. This intelligence, actually, heck, again, because I like doing weird rolls, we could make it a medicine intelligence check to determine total overall skeleton mass based off of how many bodies there may or may not have been.
So what would that be?
So if you're proficient in medicine, you take a proficiency bonus, and then you add your intelligence modifier instead of the wisdom modifier.
Okay. Then I will pass because my intelligence is less than my wisdom.
I mean, I'm taking this roll, but I know I'm one of the worst ones in it, so...
As long as you don't have a negative modifier, you're probably...
Nah.
Okay.
That was to GM, but that was a 23.
It was good.
With a +4.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Let's just roll just investigation, because it's a...
Ooh.
Hey. Wow, you guys
Love
did
that.
both really well. You know, so at the end of the day, you guys sort of compare notes a bit, casually trying to get an idea. Because remember, the initial digging revealed some larger bone pieces, and you hit a couple on the way down, but predominantly it was a lot of smaller pieces. Multiple tiny fragments and flakes mixed into all of the rocky soil. So it got a little bit difficult to discern exactly how many you think it might have been, or even what they once were. Other than the fact that you definitely found a couple of obvious bone pieces that would definitely tell you humanoids. These were humanoids. At the end of the day, between the 2 of you and counting various larger pieces, and literally just the sheer pile of bone that you've collected, even reasonably guessing 30, maybe 40 in total. Almost like they were used to cement the soil in place.
Should we keep watch over whether there is anything that we might have uncovered?
Big stone door. Big stone door.
Yeah, big stone door. It doesn't mean something just can't come out.
Oh, I know. That tunnel was filled for a very good reason. Perhaps you guys might find out tonight.
Tonight?
Anyway.
More concerned over what is down there than what is outside.
Yeah. It's a lot of bodies, though. A lot of bodies.
Tyre, I have a question.
You know, I think at this juncture,
I didn't mean to roll that. I apologize.
might have an answer.
Okay. I just wanted to check. You never know. It's okay to not have all the answers, though. You know.
I mean, we'll see.
Can I mosey over onto that big pile of bones and cast detect good and evil?
You certainly can.
If I can
And
find it.
with some detect good and evil, you detect neither.
Okay.
They do not radiate a signature of any kind. They are bones. Weirdly used bones, but just bones.
Oh,
I see I officially spooked you with the bone golem comment.
One could say they are bones of the earth.
oh my god.
I didn't read that joke.
And suddenly
Had to stumble on.
that book bursts into flames.
Rude.
Yeah, it's because Kenna was touching it.
Oh no. You're not doing that to me.
Anyway. Now that I double back and we got over that, any other bedtime needs before, watch and all that other fun stuff comes around?
9.
Nope, I don't think so.
Okay. In which case,
Harvey, I think you outdid my worst pun.
you guys wind down for the evening, finding comfortable places to settle in, unroll bedrolls, stoke the fire to get it ready, and first watch sets off. So, Mr. Mulderheim,
Aye.
I want you to roll me a perception check.
Perception. Oh, not 20. That is perception. 5. So that's a 25.
Very nice.
9.
Very, very perceptive of you.
Oh no, sorry, that's a 1. 21. Sorry.
Oh.
Sorry,
Well.
I read persuasion instead of perception.
Still pretty
My bad, it's
perceptive.
20. Yeah, no worries.
This night in particular, as you wander out onto the battlements in the freezing cold weather, it is a light snowfall. And unlike other nights, you can still see relatively well, despite it being dark out, as this golden glow radiates from a moon that is occasionally revealed by these drifting light gray clouds above you. It gives everything a comforting yellow hue all around you. And over the course of 2 hours, you bear witness to the occasional skitter of an animal passing by the fort, and none much else.
I'd like to think in this time that Lars would also go over some sentimental things, because obviously it's the honeymoon
Festival.
Honeymoon period.
Yep.
Festival, and he would go over the pocket watch that his mother gave him, and just open it and look at it and look at the gemstone inside it.
Mm.
And that's all. That's all. Just a bit of
Contemplation.
flair.
Yeah.
Just a bit of contemplation, missing family and all that.
Yeah.
And he would wait patiently for the next person to come up on the battlements.
Well, next up is Mr. Nikolai.
Yep.
Rousing
As,
from your beginning sleep, you are warm and comfortable, wrapped in this cloak that has been gifted upon you.
natural 9. Does go ahead.
Go on, you first.
Does Mordheim wake him up, or does he go out to the battlement?
I mean, are you good at keeping time? Is your character good at keeping time?
Not while he's
think
asleep.
Nikolai is pretty good at keeping time, but yeah, probably not while he's sleeping.
No worries. No, Lars will come down. Lars will come down, and he'll go up to where you're sleeping and just tap you on the shoulder. But he's tapping you on the shoulder with a spyglass. and as you wake up, he'll sort of like sort of hold it towards your hand and go. I was thinking during the last fight, I needed a good pair of eyes, and you seem to have some. I just wanted to give you this. It's my spyglass that I use sometimes. It might be handy for your night watch as well. Here you go.
I can find many uses for that. Thank you.
Yeah, no
Should
worries. Happy honeymoon festival, if you believe in such a thing.
Yes, happy honeymoon festival. To be fair, it is quite nice not being in a city during this, because there's a lot of I wouldn't say expectation, but you're supposed to be out doing things, and yeah, it's nice just not having to.
For me, it's nothing new. I enjoy the company that I have right now, but in the past it's been kind of quiet. But anyway, you enjoy that spyglass. I could do with the rest. Enjoy the outside. By the way, it is very nice outside. Very, very beautiful. And with that, he'll give a polite bow, turn, and walk away towards his bed.
Nikolai will nod back and go up to the battlement. He'll find a nice position, and he'll sit down where he can see out. He'll reverse the cloak and think of the cloak to replicate the wall behind him.
Okay.
Does it work like that?
It does.
That?
It does a fair job. It is not perfect. It's more like a painting of the wall versus it is a perfect replica.
Still better than nothing.
Yeah. So from a distance, it would probably blend in well, but up close, it wouldn't hold up to inspection.
Until he'll take the spyglass and look through it. Is it kept well?
I'm sorry. Has what kept well?
Is the spyglass kept clean and?
I mean, you can tell it's seen a fair share of usage, and there is a small scorch mark along part of it. Like at once upon a time, it had been burned, but it functions well. The lenses are clean. Definitely what you'd expect from someone who looks like they've been soldiering for a while. Their equipment's worn, but it's loved.
Okay. Then he will take.
And by the glow of the honeymoon, give me a perception check.
Ooh. Perception. That's okay.
It's pretty good. Okay. Nikolai, you spend your time out on the battlements, leaned up against the wall, the cloak pulled tightly around your forearm, spyglass in hand, keeping an eye on the surroundings. And in the gentle snowfall of the night, everything goes by uninterrupted.
Okay. He will go and get Kenna.
Mm-hmm.
Tapping her from afar, probably about 15 feet. It's your turn. It's very nice out.
Kind of like grumbles. Okay, I'll be up in a second.
He will go back and sit down on cot, or not his cot, his bedroll.
Mm-hmm.
And he would like to, before he goes to sleep, use that D100 to just, if I do, yeah, he does have the D100, right?
Yes.
I believe so.
You didn't use one from last session, so
Yeah, I don't have any notes for anybody having done anything
none of
with
us
theirs.
rolled one because we were waiting for the long rest. So
Yeah.
Excuse me, Mortarhind
Well,
rolled
Yeah,
yes,
Mortarhind.
sorry, Mortarhind did use
true.
his.
True, and I didn't make a note of that.
Effectively.
No, he did. That's what he used this for.
Yeah. Yes, he just like to, before he goes to sleep, gaze, see what he can, see if there's any danger looking around the corner that, he may be able to spot before it happens.
Around the corner in the future, around a particular
Yeah.
corner, like
just around the,
what's
very
behind the door, or just in general. More
general.
specific visions have a higher rate of success, for the record.
Okay.
AKA the DC is lower.
Yeah. He'd probably do, what's behind that door?
Okay.
Door number 1.
All right. Well, roll me a
Nope.
D100 then.
That's a nope.
You close your eyes and you focus in, and you are met by darkness. You hear the sound of flowing water, and the occasional dripping, and what sounds like the rare fall of a stone or something tumbling along rock and then coming to rest, and that's it.
Well, hey, it didn't depict my death. Amazing. And he goes to sleep with that.
Okay. Kenna?
Well, yes.
You are awake.
Yeah.
It is
I
your
wake
watch.
up, and I don't go to the battlements. I kind of do what I did for my other watch, and I kind of just stay and start listening.
Mm-hmm.
Sitting in the chair by the fire, looking into the flames. Do I notice Nikolai go back to sleep?
After a minute or two, yeah, he eventually curls up with his blanket and makes his way back to sleep.
Does it look like anybody is stirring, tossing and turning, not getting a solid night's sleep?
Perception check.
You got it. 11 plus 3, no proficiency, so 14.
Okay. Everyone seems to be sleeping well enough. You know, the sleeping conditions could, of course, be better, but otherwise, everyone seems to be all right. It was a pretty exhaustive day, so most people's physical bodies needed this time to rest.
Kinda just breathes in slowly, exhales. Hopefully I could get this done so we don't waste any time tomorrow. I look over to Gwen. I don't know where Gwen's sleeping, to be honest, from the fire. But she'll
probably
approach
over.
Gwen's sleeping body and just nudge it with her foot.
Is it my turn?
Kenna just like leans over. Shh, wake up.
Very slowly, she starts to sort of disentangle herself from her sleeping bag.
And she just like points the finger like, come here, like, get up. And then Kenna just walks over to her bag, grabs her bag on her backpack, and starts to walk to the outside.
Does she have Pyre Brown with her?
Uh-huh.
Gwen follows.
Do you grab any of your gear, like your coat or anything?
She throws her coat on over her shoulder, yeah. Over her shoulders. She's got, her basic kit. She'll follow. Yeah, she'll grab her gear.
You like meet back up with Kenna outside the fortress. How bright is the moon, Dyer?
Bright.
Gold?
Yes. Remarkably.
Is this the first night of, 3?
Yeah. Well,
Okay.
Actually, I haven't determined how long it's going to be. Let's find out. Yeah. It varies, depending upon the time of year. Sometimes it's 2 days, sometimes it's 4.
Okay. Is the winter the 4 one?
Usually, yeah.
Okay, cool. That's how I wrote my lore, so I'm glad it lines up.
Nailed it.
I just had to go off of my gut instinct. Just looks up and takes a deep breath, and it's just fresh air. Look at the moon, isn't it nice?
She sort of looks up and when you'd know.
We're gonna go on a trip. You're gonna come with me. I'm sure everybody else will be fine.
I'm under contract right now, right?
Yeah. No one's gonna know. There's nothing out here.
I'm not concerned about what's out here so much as I am about what's inside.
I think it'll be fine for a couple hours.
What are you looking for?
It's not what I'm looking for, it's where I'm gonna go. About 4 or 5 miles to the north. There's a little grove of trees that I know exist. I just don't want to take up any daytime doing this. Plus, when the moon shines golden is a time of year where my people do all of our activities at night, and we usually sleep through the day. Our festival has begun, even though I'm not with my people, so here I am. I have things to do, and I know your secret, so you're going to come with me.
Drive a hard bargain.
It'll be fun.
Lead the way.
Okay. Dyer, Kenna begins to head northward to the patch of trees that was about 4.5 miles north or so that she located earlier.
Yep.
And yes.
I was just going to ask Gwen if she was going to take time to strap her armor and etc. back on.
Seeing that Kenna took Pyrebrand, I would have taken a quick minute to throw on my gear before.
Okay. Yeah, because it takes a couple of minutes to don medium armor.
A minute, or is it a couple, like 5 minutes? Because one takes longer than the other. I think it's easier to put it on than to take it off.
You would think for as many times I've run into this, I'd remember this by now, but I never do.
I think for the one time I've run into it.
It's
Let's
taking
see.
it, so doffing it is like an
quick.
action.
So light armor, medium armor, which I believe is what Gwen is wearing currently, yes?
She has mithril half-plate, yeah.
Oh, yeah, I forgot you've got the half-plate.
Yeah.
I forgot about that. It would still take you 5 minutes to put it on. It takes 1 minute to take it off. Heavy armor is 10 minutes to put it on, 5 minutes to take it off.
Well, if Kenna's got all her gear, then Gwen would take a second to put hers on.
If it makes you feel any better, because it was the Outrider armor, it is actually faster to put on than normal half-plate would be.
4.5 minutes.
No, the time is actually 2. It's 2 minutes.
Oh, cool. Nice.
Elves are very good about their preparedness when necessary.
Quick armor.
Okay. Well, yeah, takes a couple of minutes, but Gwen will gather your things, and then Kenna begins to head northward towards a unusual grove of trees.
Yep, it's a grove of maple trees.
Mm-hmm.
About how
And-
fast did you say Kenna's walking?
So, this would be a question outside of, because it's glowing bright and golden. In order to see a decent distance at night right now, would I need to be casting dark vision, or is my actual dark vision useful right now?
It is useful right now.
Okay. So while we're walking at the beginning, Kenna's gonna look over. Gwen, you'll have to remind me. Are you able to see in the dark?
Oh, ma'am, I am not.
What was that?
No, ma'am, I am not.
Roger. Well, we'll have to fix that. And she puts her hand on your back and casts dark vision.
Good to know.
And the world suddenly clarifies around you, as you can now mystically see in the dark.
Can get used to this. I take it you can already see in the dark.
To an extent, but I'm always able to make it even stronger with this if I have to. But let's push forward. Kenna is not dashing, obviously, but making like an athletic movement to get there.
In which case, you know what? Just to give me a better average, how about both of you roll me some athletics checks?
Uh, 18 total.
Okay, pretty good.
Athletics. 20. Dirty 20.
Okay.
15 plus 5.
Yeah, hoofing it with a little bit of energy to your step. You can cover that distance in about 45 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Other than the terrain being covered in a fresh layer of snow from the blizzard that you guys have been suffering from for the last day, you do see signs of various animals that have come and gone. A couple of larger creatures that have made their way through the snow drifts. There is an occasional bird or two that are sort of flittering about with one another, like they're actively flirting. That was, you know, when you're thinking of two different words, the brain. Yeah, I flapped them.
Freudian slip?
No, not at all. The birds are absolutely
The
something.
honeymoon.
Yeah, something about the honeymoon festival apparently gets birds going. That's a nature check if you're ever curious enough. And it just, because of this phenomenon, it seems like forest activity during the night is much more active than it normally would be. And so while you guys are hoofing it through the forest, heading in the direction that Kenna has sort of dedicated to memory, you arrive without interruption.
At least we're not the only ones losing sleep.
Oh, the rest of them will just sleep in the day. These next few days might be a little struggling for me because with the others either finding out later or just never knowing, I probably won't sleep at night. So, could be very, very interesting. However, we are now here. Forgive me, Dyer, but I did not write down how many maple trees were here. I know you told me, but I didn't write that down.
There were checking notes because I wrote it down, but I gotta find it.
I don't remember if it was like 9 or if it was like 5 or something around there.
Funnily enough, we're gonna meet in the middle. It was 7.
7, okay.
7.
I just kind of walk up to them and And it's pretty odd to find maple trees in this area. Makes sense that there's a small cluster of them, though. Will be ashamed to see one of them burn, but it'll be useful.
What's the plan now that we're here?
Well, that book that I read that we found, it was damaged, complete, but I wasn't able to get everything out of it. But that recipe, or there was a recipe in there that I read, and it was for a useful mix. It would be beneficial if I was able to. She's like trying to find like proper words to not sound like an idiot. She doesn't want to say it's a drink to make you feel good, so like she's trying to think of actual words that she's picked up from random people. Well, say you're burnt by fire. If you drink this, it won't burn you as much, which would be which would help because I normally burn everything around me. So I would like to try and make it. One of those ingredients the book listed was the ash of a maple tree.
Tyra, I have a question.
Yes, also the sap of a maple tree. Go on, Gwen.
Yep.
Have I ever heard of this recipe before?
You can make a... you're proficient in alchemist tools, right?
Yes, sir.
You can make an alchemist tools intelligence check.
Alchemist tools with intelligence?
Yep.
Let's see. So what if I were going to do that? I'm just going to do it in roll 20.
It's just your intelligence mod and
intelligence plus
bonus.
proficiency.
21.
And a d20.
That's pretty good. You have heard of several different, potion, salve, and poultice combinations to help with burns. And occasionally, when magical ingredients are involved, potions that can make you much more resistant to fire or immune to it entirely. A lot of which, a handful of them at the very least, are based in using the ash of a maple tree. You know of a couple of things you could reference, but you're not sure if it is what Kenna is thinking of. But it's grounded in logic, you know.
Yeah, I've heard of that kind of... I've heard of that particular... Well, not that particular, but of that kind of concoction before. You know where you might find the rest of the ingredients?
Oh, we have the rest of ingredients around here, except for one problem. As I've never witnessed a cinder blossom in person. I've only heard the other keepers of my clan talk about them. And there aren't, at least the forest. The forest told me that there weren't any within our area. That doesn't mean they're not around other places. We need a volcano or some kind of natural source of fire. But either way, you've gathered sap before, I'm sure. Would you gather some more from one of those trees? As I put my hand right towards like chest level of the tree I'm standing next to, and I use the feature I gained, which I named Spark Bearer, because you didn't give me a name for the feature. So
You didn't, and that's a great choice.
And I just put my hand on it, and I set the tree on fire.
Yeah. It slowly begins to grow outward from where your hand is placed, snaking along almost as if alive, crawling over the tree in veins, and then kind of growing outwardly from those lines until the whole tree begins to slowly become engulfed in fire.
Sure. I wouldn't happen to have a tap in my herbalism kit.
No. No, you would not conveniently happen to have a tap in your kit.
Do I have anything I can MacGyver a tap with?
You don't need a tap.
I don't know. You tell me. Look at your equipment and tell me if you have something you think you can jury-rig a tap out of.
Say I don't have a tap for now, or anything to jerry-rig a tap. I'm gonna go harvest sap somehow.
Put a hole in the tree.
Ask the tree very nicely.
I mean, in some instances.
Can I notice Gwen uncomfortably looking at this tree, trying to figure out how to do it?
Standing at the tree, hands on hips.
No, she's not doing that. She would be sort of a little unsettled by seeing how quickly you put this live tree into, like just how quickly it went up in flames. And then she would go find another one and, I don't know, probably stab it. Put a hole in it and wait for some sap to come out. Catch it in one of the vials and/or beakers that I have as part of my alchemist kit.
Sure.
I have any left.
I mean, you have been gathering samples pretty aggressively.
Have I?
I feel like you've grabbed a couple of things. I know you've got a sample of poison, 2 samples of poison.
2 now.
And it is important to remember the vials in these kits are pretty small.
Yeah, like an ounce.
Yeah. So it's not a whole lot. For potion creation, you're gonna want something a bit more substantial.
Like what? Like a...
If you need any larger container, I will allow you to search through my backpack. There should be a sizable glass thing in there. I have an herbalism kit in my backpack.
Mm-hmm.
One that hasn't been raided by a raccoon?
Correct.
Raccoons respect the druid.
I also have an herbalism kit.
Well, then quit trying to use your alchemist kit.
I didn't know there was a big glass jar in the herbalism kit.
I don't know. I kind of just made it up.
Dyer, what kind of collecting instruments do we have between the two of us?
You have something to accommodate, at least 12 ounces of tree sap.
Okay. I will... Is that, do I know how much we would need for this? The 12 ounces enough?
Not unless you know the specific recipe in question, but it never hurts to have more than you need.
All it says is that there's pouches and vials used by herbalists to create remedies and potions. So I'm assuming that means the vials are big enough to actually make a potion with.
Yeah.
That's fair.
So I'll use what I can of mine and then tap into yours a little bit.
For the sake of it, like I said, you can fill 4 vials, each being about 3 ounces worth. I mean, you could fill more, depending upon if you want to completely fill up your kit with maple tree sap.
Hey, maple syrup.
Yeah, just mix it in with your breakfast in the morning; it'll be delish.
Yeah. Let's just err on 12 for now.
So, with that happening, Kenna goes, great. It's 2 out of 4 down. How long is it taking for the tree to actually catch light? Because I know you described it, but how long would that process be?
For the whole thing to catch, it's going to...
not to burn down, but to catch light.
For the whole thing to catch, it's going to take probably about 15-20 minutes.
Okay. That's still really quick, so that's okay.
Yeah. Your talent for burning things down is very good.
Kenna kind of just sits and she'll go over and look at the rest of the trees and just see how large they're doing, if there's any disease on the other maple trees, like bug wounds or infectious fungi or any of that kind of stuff. But winter normally kills a lot of those off.
You know what though? Make me an investigation check.
Yeah. Yeet. 12 total.
Okay. as is consistent with Kenna's knowledge, going from tree to tree, they all seem to be in very good condition. Really no wear or tear to speak of. No fungus. No issues with invaders or pests. And they're very easy to sort of inspect, as they were planted in such a way that they are arranged in a large circle. Which after a moment or two becomes very clear to you that this almost looks kind of deliberate.
Yep. When you said circle, that's what I thought.
Mm-hmm.
Dire.
Go ahead. I gotta think of this real quick before I say it.
Yes, Tree Sap Gwen.
How am I at this point? How am I feeling now that I've sort of been on the skids and then took a potion that put me a little bit past that too?
I can't say you're feeling fine.
Okay.
Imagine if you had just done a bunch of heavy labor the day previously. You've only slept for part of the night. Your food has only been adequate. All of your joints will ache. Your vision, if anything, because you're not used to it and the moon is quite bright, it's actually giving you a slight headache. But given where you know you are, you could be substantially worse off.
Okay.
You're doing surprisingly fine. And you're not sure if it's a combination of what you took or the moonlight, but something is helping you.
You said that these trees appear to be deliberately placed in this circle, right? Like almost groomed to grow in this pattern?
Yeah, it doesn't take a whole lot of inspection to tell that these were planted in a very particular way. The odds of the trees landing and growing in such a way is very unlikely.
Have I ever seen anything like this before, or know why somebody would take the time to establish a ring of trees like this?
I mean, the answer is pretty simple. Druid groves are a thing. People do this as a way of sometimes landmarking something that is sacred to them, or having a personal space in which they have a connection to nature. That is just how these are sometimes. There could be a slew of reasons why this would be done.
Okay. I have my thing.
Go on.
How big is this tree that's on fire right now?
Pretty big.
How thick? What's this DBH looking like? Diameter, breast height. How wide is it?
I mean, Kenna can't bear hug the tree.
Okay. Larger than I was wanting, but that is awesome. That makes that difficult.
Yeah, I mean, like... Kenna's arm width.
Yep. Yeah, no, it's thick. It's thick. It's definitely not a 12-inch.
Yeah. Oh, no, not even close.
Okay. So as it's burning, and it snakes up, and it stays burning, I'm assuming it's burning from one side, like where it snaked up, and like through it, not just engulfing the whole thing at once, maybe?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's working its way around and up.
What I'm looking for is from where the initial burn started, where I placed my hand, for when it gets to start weaken. So the bark's kind of burnt away. It's starting to turn into charcoal, natural charcoal, that kind of stuff. I would like to then, from the non-burning side, at least towards the bottom, if it snakes up and starts burning and it comes down, that's okay. I would like to begin to lumberjack the tree while it's on fire.
Okay.
To where it falls in the middle of the ring.
All right. Sounds reasonable to me. This is very much Kenna's thing.
And it's a real thing if they had a chainsaw, but they don't.
Yeah.
They have an axe.
But they have Pyrobrand. It's basically just a magical chainsaw.
That's what they did it in the first place, right? With an axe? Cut a wedge out of it.
It was with
Yeah, but-
Firebrand.
Yeah. So I would like to do that. I would like to try and fell the tree into the middle of the ring while it's burning.
Yep. I'm not going to ask for a roll. This is simple enough work, of which Kenna has a specialty in. You can accomplish this, with some effort and some work.
So I don't know if you heard my dice. I rolled to see, in my mind, how long it would take.
Sure.
I rolled a natural 19.
19 hours?
I don't know what modifier you'd want, but if it's in athletics, that becomes a 23. So I don't know how quickly that means I do it, but that's what I rolled.
Yeah, I was going to go with strength or con, so.
Okay, well, it'd be the same. It's +2 for each.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
Kenna goes to work.
She'll drop that. And so she'll drop that into the middle. What I'm looking for is to try and get the snow out of the middle of the circle.
Okay.
And the easiest way I can see that doing without using magic is to drop a burning tree on it.
That's a great plan, yeah.
Is it tall enough that the tree is going to hit one of the other trees?
No.
Not when dropped in the right spot, hopefully.
No, and the trees are tall enough and the circle is broad enough that even if they were to be felled, they would not topple into the next.
So
Again,
while that's burning,
the circle's
Kenna's
very
just gonna-
deliberate.
she's going to kind of just sit by a tree that's not on fire
Okay.
and ask. I'm assuming Gwen's got the maple by now, or the sap by now. I almost called it the syrup.
Yeah. Through the fire setting and the felling, Gwen's work will also finish up.
So Kenna's sitting on the ground with her back against a tree, and her legs kind of like this, with her arms around her knees, like this. So just lumbering. And it's just relaxing watching this happen all take place, and asks Gwen, so this moonlight, how does it affect you? I learned about your kind and what some of y'all can do, but I don't know everything, and I didn't finish my full training, so how are you feeling? What's this do to you?
That's what it undoes to me, really. I can't transform. I feel like I'm on the skids, like I'm getting weaker. Much less when I can't transform is when I can't hunt. If I'm trying to make myself behave to be around folks like them, folks like you. But this takes that weakness away. Just a bit. Enough to make it bearable.
So
I'd
it's
say-
something that you like, but it still makes you weaker.
So, the moon itself, it doesn't make me weaker. It just numbs the effect of my choice to be weak. I guess I can say that I'm. Sorry?
She's like just thinking as you're talking. So you're telling me right now you couldn't shift if you wanted to?
Under normal circumstances, I certainly could, but I don't want to. And I don't want to, and there are some alchemical reagents that you can pull together with the right ingredients that will debilitate my ability to transform while I was by the river. I dosed myself. And
But does
I
she's like, but does the golden moon change it?
it makes it
So I don't-
easier.
Less painful?
But yeah, I would say that. It makes it easier to ignore. It makes it. How does it affect me when I'm not
When you're what?
When I'm not on the lower end of the scale.
You mean when you're using
Yeah.
your abilities?
Yeah.
You feel strong. You feel fit.
Stronger.
Yeah. I mean, so like you don't know what it feels like to be normal anymore. It's been a while. So yeah, when you're I wouldn't even say embracing, but when you're actively using and participating in your curse, you feel powerful, you feel active, you feel aware. Everything seems sharper and clearer. Your muscles strong and active and resilient, and you can push yourself beyond limits that you feel like you have no limits.
Yeah.
And the more you use it and the more you lean into it, the higher that ceiling seems to go.
Let's just say it makes me feel unstoppable. Like, all the drawbacks just sort of fall away.
Sounds invigorating.
It is.
So why do you stop yourself from being who you are? Why not shift to win the fight against those undead? Why hide it from somebody who, I don't know. Let's just say I don't think Nikolai really would care.
Nikolai's not the only one I have to care about.
No, but he's the one. He's the one out of the group of people who could actually do something if he didn't like it. As far as I'm aware, I don't know. As far as he's told me, royal blood can get something done, I guess, in human society.
You could say that.
So if he doesn't care, why not do it?
Because I don't know.
Are you not able to control it? If controlling it's a worrisome thing, I can watch you then. I can control it. Well, I can stop it. It's the only thing I was ever taught how to do before I left, so I don't really know anything else to do with your kind of people. But if you get out of control, just know I don't do it to hurt you, but I will unshift you.
I appreciate that.
And it would hurt, but...
It doesn't hurt to... Well, it does hurt. It's not a painless process. Listen, no. I've been this way longer just about than I was ever any other way. So...
I get that.
I don't know. You learn to live with it, and you learn that polite society isn't your society. There's some that love to give that up, to just run wild, go feral. They lose their minds to it. And then there are others that try to toe the line. But enough of us try to toe the line, and, well, we're pretty quick to suss each other out. As you've already seen.
Well, yes, but I don't know what the difference is, but there's a difference among your people. And I can tell you some of them are no good. You seem all right. As long as you don't harm a forest. Especially my forest. Preferably other forests, but I don't watch those ones. I watch, not specifically this one, but one to the north of here.
I used to...
Just, you shouldn't hide who you are unless necessary, but I don't think it's necessary. Well, could be beneficial while we're out here. I mean...
If I can lose control, can I? But that's not what I'm afraid of. I can give it up too. Giving it up, handing it over, comes with some trade-offs. Power, strength. And I've made that trade in the past. I made that trade to protect some people that I love. I couldn't tell you where they are now. That would make no sense.
You know, Gwen, she stands up from sitting down and like cracks her shoulders and stretches. It seems like we're just two sides of a gemstone. Just one is rough and one is soft. Which is which? I don't know. But I don't have the problem you have, but I've been through the feeling you've explained. And it's no fun. But I've been through that feeling because I've wanted to have fun. It's really hard when everyone keeps you from doing what you want to do until you leave. But then you leave and you're all on your own. Well, that is until Nikolai finds you laying in a pile of ash, having a happy nap, and interrupts you. She sighs. But I guess you already know what that means.
Alone is a hard way to live, kid.
Still free, though. It's still free.
You can be free with friends.
Only if they don't control you.
She looks over the forest, over the flaming tree.
How far is the tree burned?
It's burning pretty good. A lot of the edges of the leaves and branches have sort of already begun to crumble away. You're hitting cracks from the pressure building up. Sizzling of snow melting into water, water evaporating into mist.
I don't know how much snow is melted, but as it starts to melt away, is there any circle stones that I might recognize?
You know, it's funny you should ask that. There actually are some circle stones set here. You're starting to see just the edges of them as the tree is beginning to reveal them under the snow.
That's why I wanted the snow to go away, but somebody doesn't have gust of wind prepared. Well, this interests me. I might stay here a little longer. Oh, feel free whenever to go back to the fortress if you don't want to sit out here, but this is where I'm going to be, and you do have, I guess, the next watch after mine, but what good does that do to care about when I'm not even there? Portia would probably wake them up if anything happens. Mordehai's sweet canine seems smart and skilled, so they're not without backup. However, I'm just gonna enjoy my time here. Dyer.
Yes.
While that tree burns, Kenna is going to rummage through her bag and pull out her drum. And as the rest of the tree burns, we'll begin to sing the festival song of her clan that is only sang and played during the Starlight Festival, which is the name of their Golden Moon Festival.
Mm-hmm.
And she'll just begin to skip around the fire while doing it. And that's what she does until the whole tree burns.
All right.
Oh, and Gwen, her mask is off.
What does she look like?
Can't show you the picture yet, but
Water.
Is she smiling?
Yeah, she's singing, so it's hard to see, but yeah. It's not loud, though. She doesn't sing very loudly, because she's still afraid to sing, but... It's definitely, like, hum singing. Like, words will escape every now and then, but a lot of humming.
Dyer, can I still hear as sharply as I could?
It's dulled currently.
Can I hear her humming?
Yeah, you can hear there's something melodic for sure.
Okay. I'm gonna stand while Kenna goes about this and lean up against one of the trees and just sort of take my glove off and rest my hand against it. And knowing you said that this place, it could be a marker of some spiritual significance to somebody or something such as that.
Yeah, and especially since Ken has now brought to your attention the circle stones that are in the center of the grove. It's very apparent that this is something to somebody, and it's significant on some level.
I'm going to just sort of rest my hand against the tree and just close my eyes and listen, like my mother taught me, for the earth to breathe. And under the light of the golden moon, I want to ask if I'm on the right path.
Are you D100ing?
I'm D100ing!
That's certainly what it sounds like.
Oh.
Well, you know the drill.
Sacrifice, do right by me. That's cocked.
Sounds like a no.
No, this one, it rolled off and hit my desk pad and then was like sitting crooked. 74.
Okay. That's still pretty good.
Where's my D100? We might get this going.
For a big open-ended question.
Yeah, I was really sitting on whether or not that one was cocked, but I couldn't read it, so
No,
I called it.
it's fine. Gwen, you press your hand up against one of these maple trees, seeing the fire and the flames flicker and dance around in the golden moonlight being cast from above. You close your eyes, and the memory of your mother teaching you the way to commune with nature, to respect and understand that it is as much a living, breathing entity as you or it is. And you think this question in your mind, and it echoes throughout your soul, wondering if what you're doing is the right thing.
I really do not want to interrupt you, but I do want to, if it makes a difference, she is singing in Druidic.
Noted.
Sorry.
Everything around you seems to become silent. The last thing fading away from your senses is the crackling fire in which Kenna is dancing around. The occasional sing-song note and the beat of her drums vanishing until it seems all is silent. And then a sudden warm breeze seems to gust by you. And it tousles your hair in a way that seems oddly familiar, almost intimate. It kind of reminds you of when you were younger. A gesture that one of your mothers once had. Moving the hair from your face to smile at you and to assure you with the wisdom of their age of something when you were young about something you did not understand. And in a very similar manner, you feel this warm wind brush the hair aside. And you're brought back to almost as if you were a kid once more. And you feel something assuring you, with the wisdom of something older than yourself, that while you might not understand it right now, that what you're doing is right. And then suddenly all the sound all around you kind of rushes back in. The crackling of the fire, the rhythmic beat of the drums, the shifting and swaying of the trees and branches all around you. And it is cold once again.
If Kenna looked back to her, she would open her eyes and there'd be tears on her cheeks. She'd wipe them away. Is there any, like, birch trees around here? Birch or aspen?
In the immediate vicinity?
Just a quick look.
You're not certain, but you know you passed by a handful on the way here.
It's very, very likely to have some aspen by a water source in this area. Side note.
And looking up at the moon, about how far along are we through Kenna's watch?
It's coming to a close. You guys have been gone for a while.
She'll stay. Paced around the grove a couple of times, just investigating.
Kitty.
And I want to see, is there any sort of like maple branch that's fallen? Or, I know it's the middle of winter, so I'm not looking for any sorts of leaves or anything, but a bit of bark, maybe a piece of lichen.
Well, there are no fallen branches nearby, other than of the tree that Kenna has felled.
Alright. Then, in that case, at the end of Kenna's watch, Gwen will let out a sort of low whistle from the end of the clearing. Raise an arm. Sure you don't need it.
What's up? Or sorry, what's up's not a phrase Kenna would know or use.
Probably in lines with Roger as well.
Yeah. Roger. She would hear it and look over. Yes?
Be careful. I'll head back now if you don't mind, but her face like twitches once or twice. She's looking for something to say but can't quite remember it, and shakes her head. She says, be careful. Just
You too.
look after
And
you.
if anybody has anything to say, just tell them I made you.
And how do I explain that you pulled that off?
I held you at Pyrebrand Point.
Good to know.
She smirks. They know what he can do.
I certainly do.
Before you go, You're more in tune with my way of life than I think anybody else is. Grab, there should be a water skin tucked in my bag. It's gonna be in the back pouch area. Take a sip of that and just put it back where you got it from. I'll see you back at the fortress.
She goes over to the pack, pulls out the water skin, takes a sip. Is it Everclear?
It is Starlight's nectar.
Reference
I
the
knew I had to
meta
put it-
homework.
I remember. I read it.
It is the only water skin, technically wine skin, to have left the clan filled with it.
I knew someone had to have something better than whatever we were drinking. Thank you.
The others aren't to know about it.
Absolutely not.
But you're welcome.
She nods. Bring me back a few pieces of charcoal from this, would you?
Absolutely.
Makes her way back. She leaves the vials of maple syrup in Kina's pack.
Thank you.
And makes her way back. And I would like to stop along the way if I see any of the aspen trees to just collect like a twig, maybe, off of one.
Doable.
Small stick. And make my way back.
All right. You arrive back to the fort to find all of your other companions dead. No, I'm kidding.
And I'm out of here.
I'm
Job
kidding.
done, let's go.
Do you keep the same sort of pace that you and Kenna used to get to the grove?
I'm imagining we're going downhill at this point.
Yeah, it's not exactly perfectly uphill or downhill. It's just kind of up and down.
Uphill both ways. I try to press myself as much as I can without going too fast.
Okay.
So just following the track that we've already made, since it's gonna be a little bit more padded down and
Okay.
packed as opposed to like the fresh powder.
Yeah, fair enough. All right. Make me another athletics check. Let's see what kind of time you make.
Alright. 15.
Okay. You make good time.
15.
Yeah, you get back in roughly the same amount of time that it took for you to get out there. About 45 minutes or so. It is, for the record, already almost halfway into your watch by the time you get back.
Okay.
No one else is awake, and nothing has entered into the fort that would warn you of anything untoward occurring.
Can I go check on the pile of bones?
You can go check on the pile of bones.
Is it still there?
Yes.
Okay. In that case, I'm gonna go back up, sit on the battlements, and sort of keep an eye and an ear out, but I'm looking towards the direction that Kenna went off in. And I'm going to pull out that dire bear tooth, and I just want to sort of start carving on it.
Okay.
And while she's doing this, she's taken that red silk scarf out from around her neck and sort of put it up over her nose to keep the chill out. And she's humming sort of upbeat tune, a little slower, a little softer. something someone might remember from a circus that they visited when they were a kid. And she's just carving. And if you would like me to make a skill check, that is something. But I think I know what I want to carve.
All right.
At this point.
Yeah. You don't have any proficiency in like any carver's tools or anything of the sort, do you?
No, I do it as a hobby.
Okay.
Because
And
I enjoy
that's
it.
fine. You can make me a dexterity check.
Okay. Alright, sacrifice. Just dexterity?
Just a dexterity check. Plain old dexterity check.
Dexterity check. 2 plus 2, so 4.
I mean, you start on it.
Yeah. There's enough mass there that...
Yeah. It's a hefty tooth.
Yeah. But there's enough mass there that anything I might have maybe messed up, I can probably rework and make better going forward.
Yeah.
Alright. And just for funsies, I'm just going to take the root and carve that to be a hilt.
Yeah.
And have the tooth itself be largely untouched to make it into sort of a blade, and doctor that as needed to make it a little bit more.
Yeah, it'll definitely take a little bit more proper refining to make it a practical weapon.
Okay. But yeah, just getting basic shapes in.
Okay.
And that's what I work on. Do I need a perception for the watch?
Yes.
Okay. Where was that 17 when I needed it? 20. Dirty 20, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, dirty 20.
I see your priorities. You know, it's funny. Gwen, from up on the battlements, you're kind of, busy, working away on this, dire bear tooth that you wrenched from an enemy of the past. Not much is going on. You've got this sweet dark vision spell just kicking on you still, which is helping a lot with this watching bit, especially in the light of the honeymoon. You take one of those breaks where you sort of just take a cursory glance around to see what you can see, and there's a moment where you finally realize you think you actually see a set of small tracks of something that had dragged itself through the snow, and it's exiting from the direction of the fort.
I see the tracks, I don't see the creature.
No, just the tracks.
I would like to take a moment to go investigate.
Sure.
Do they look like raccoon tracks?
Yes.
They do?
Uh-huh. And it looked like it looks like it was dragging something with it when it left.
What, a carcass? A human corpse?
No, nothing that big.
Can I look around inside and see what we might be missing?
I mean, if you want to rummage through everybody's belongings while they're sleeping, sure.
How recent are the tracks?
Not super recent. Looks like it came and gone while you were absent.
Mm.
I wonder if it drug away like your sleeping roll or something.
Is my sleeping bag still there?
Did you check for it when you came back?
I imagine, yeah.
Yeah. You sure you're paying close enough attention to that versus, hurrying to go on watch like you were supposed to be?
Oh. If I look inside, is it missing?
Yeah, your bedroll's missing.
Fuck. Oh my god. This raccoon's gonna fucking die. But all of my gear stayed with me this time. Even though I went on watch.
Because it smelled like you, and it knows you had all of the stuff.
It knows your scent.
I'm gonna kill this raccoon. This fucking stalker raccoon.
Wait until it starts getting more important items from the group. One day it'll just wander off for that bag of holding. Just you wait.
Over Kenna's dead body.
Perhaps.
Yep.
It's like one of those things where when you reduce it to 0 hit points, it turns into like a CR 20 creature or something.
Secretly, it's just polymorphed.
It's a Jurassic.
Either way.
No, it's an ancient red dragon. It's a horde.
Anyway, okay, with that startling revelation, Gwen, your watch is otherwise uneventful.
I'm being stalked by a raccoon.
That's a polite way of putting it. I'm going to call for our first bio break here, but I want D100 rolls from those that have not given me them yet.
You got it.
AKA Kenna and Edelweiss.
And
I'm
Nikolai,
assuming
right?
mine is going to be out while I'm.
I used mine.
Yeah,
Do I need
yeah.
to do a D100 because I didn't do one? Or does mine from
You
yesterday
did.
count?
Yeah, you did one the day before
Okay.
for
24.
your Sherlock Holmes
Alright,
bit.
I'm gonna roll the small number one first. Get my hopes up. Okay. It was a 1, so.
I see.
Yeah,
be another
and let's see what we got.
Let's get a natural 1, baby.
81.
Oh.
Oh!
Close.
81 and 24.
81's pretty good though.
And 24 is not bad enough.
Nope.
I'll be right back.
Not
Okay.
bad enough.
And we are going to take our first bio break.
Sounds good.
Can I get
And we're
it
going to come
all
back
together?
roughly 5 past. So be responsible.
past?
5 past.
All right.
I have been so hungry. I need to go make some food.
Me too.
Yeah.
Sorry if my munching was loud. I was trying to chew very quietly, but it was dry cereal.
I didn't notice. It's okay.
Oh, eat. Oh, okay.
Oh, you took my glass.
Yeah, sorry. It was empty, so I.
Yeah, no, I was going to go refill it.
Oh, well, it's out there.
Perfect.
I haven't washed it. Okay, I want you to swing the door open to your face. Okay. Put the jacket on and do this last bit.
Hello, who's here? Oh, no one. It's alright, I guess. Well, I was hoping someone would be here. You. But alas. Just we. Wookie? Is that you? Are you ignoring me purposely? sir?
I'm back. What?
You said, oh, it's just you. Okay, well, I can clearly say you did it. You said you would do it. You said you know how you would do things, and you did.
Mm-hmm.
I'm back.
Ah,
Hello.
Audrey's watching. Someone is watching apparently and is calling me out right now
They
for
know-
my bullshit.
Audrey said she has been watching this stuff.
Yes. Yes, and I saw a message where she added me. It's like, oh, I'm just watching Edelweiss, and I'm just like, ah. So, anyways, you said you would do it 2 days ago. You said you knew how to get another bond in there, and you did it. You did what you set out to do.
Which
Congratulations,
I'm going
sir.
to put down and then kiss your face.
Yeah, no, seriously, I've had the Mighty Vibes on in the background, listening to that conversation. It fit too well, too well.
Okay. Am I closing the door because you're not coming back in? Okay, I love you. Drive safe.
And she's gone. Anyways, damn it. Damn, you guys. An excellent roleplay as usual.
Oh, I never muted myself. How about that?
Yep. Hello, Di.
Hello. I've returned with my lunch, which I should have had
With
forever ago.
Pandoro?
5:05.
605.
I would like one good D100 roll eventually. I don't think I've had one.
They come when they're supposed to.
Yeah, I know.
On one, for example.
My highest was a 50-50, okay?
Respect the dice, and they will respect you. Everything in its own time.
Okay.
And we're just waiting for an owl to settle back in. Meanwhile, I'm gonna eat more of my disgusting monstrosity that I had for dinner last night.
It looks so good though.
It is
What
actually
disgusting monstrosity?
my meat cake for Wolfenute last night,
Meat cake.
which is delish. And for the record, if you don't know what Wolfenute is, I suggest you Google search and look it up.
I better not knowing, thank you.
It's an adorable holiday created by a 7-year-old to celebrate dogs.
What?
Yeah,
And Dyer
It's-
did not let me go out without knowing.
it started on Twitter.
That should be a national holiday, hands
And
down.
the parent was like, well, you know, our daughter really likes this. And so they put it on Twitter and we're like, well, you know, for those of you that also share in the same opinions as my daughter, here you go. This is what it is. And so my wife and I just put it in our calendar as a yearly event. And one day we'll have an actual dog to celebrate it with. But right now we just celebrate with each other by eating things that would be delicious and meaty.
One day.
One day soon,
Yes.
hopefully.
The Gwen holiday.
But first, I'm going to spend an irresponsible amount of money on a computer first and then get a dog.
Yeah.
Nice.
Because that's how I fix my depression from the last dog thing.
Aww.
And
Oh,
before
my
that,
God.
we're gonna see if Kenna Dream, I guess.
Look, you need something to store all the pictures of the dog on, okay? Fair enough.
That's true.
Okay. Or Odd, I'm seeing your little mom's winky face. Yeah. Gwen's moms
Yeah, I
were
heard that.
lesbians. Gwen's moms were lesbians. She had two.
Back into
Yeah, I'm not surprised at all. Unfortunately, I only have the one. Wait a minute.
Well, we can't all be winning.
Quality over quantity sometimes.
Oops.
Okay,
Anyways,
so as we settle back in, Gwen is standing on the battlements, doing watch, you know, paying some attention to her bear's tooth, but clearly distracted by the fact that she continues to be have her goods ransacked by a raccoon. Meanwhile, Kenna, somewhere else in the forest, in the dead of night, but provided with a sweet, glowing warmth from the honeymoon as she dances around this burning maple tree. What exactly is you know, what's kind of going through right now? What you thinking about? What you doing?
Kenna is just thinking of her people and her range up in Titan's Horn, along Titan's Horn's range, and missing her clan, and being able to be with people relevant to her or like her instead of only being with the wilderness, with the wildlife, though she loves the wildlife. So it's kind of like a somber sadness mentally, but it's still celebrating the festival and the tradition, and keeps tying back to how this festival is the more joyous ones, like the most joyous ones that her people have, and is thinking back to wishing that she could have some guidance from Gawain still. But what happened, and this is life now. So she's just trying to push forward, and at some point it hits that the last Starlight Festival, the last golden moon she was with Lavender and the pack. So a little bit of anger gets in there about midway through that song, but gets let go because she got revenge for him. And so, yeah, it's a roller coaster, but it comes out in the end on a positive note that, that the train is moving forward.
What's a train?
The horse continues to run.
As Kenna spends her time in this grove of maple trees around this fire, it takes and feeds from your emotions, hitting highs and lows with you, glowing brighter and dimmer as the night progresses. But there is a certain point in the festivities in which you are participating and honoring in, where that small seed that you keep buried within yourself of alienation, of being alone, being apart from your clan and your people, that ripples out through the very essence of nature itself. And as the time progresses, there is a moment where you see movement on the outside of the grove of trees. And there is a family of deer that have arrived. And soon a brown bear and her cubs, which is unusual for the time of year. You see several birds that have flittered into the trees, and they all sort of come in silent observation in honor of this small ritual you're going about in. The flames themselves, as the cinders kind of just peel away from the tree and dissipate into the air, some are surviving. And in tandem with the beat of the drum, continue to live and dance around as small, smoking will-o-wisps, drawing shapes of various honorifics from your clan attached to certain members, recognizing them and honoring them. And it seems as if everything has kind of come to life for a small amount. And amongst all of these creatures that have gathered to witness this, you see standing among another family of nearby deer is the small, embered-eyed little girl who you recognize in this humanoid form as the cremator, just kind of silently watching on with.
And this is happening while singing.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if the song, not finished the song yet, she continues in audience. Probably puts more heart into it, knowing that at least somebody who understands her, or at least knows of her being the cremator, is there, and will actually sing like fully now that Gwen's gone, and is not just humming. And just like just like her 18th solstice, which was a Starlight Festival as well, the fire on the tree would get control flamed. Not to her control, but to then just burst in size. Probably catching other things on fire. But that's for you to decide.
It would spread, but not in such a way that it's threatening the other trees. The snow in the clearing begins to melt entirely, revealing underneath several more circle stones with their somewhat intricate carvings in them. But the grove seems to keep everything contained, as if there is an understanding of what is going on, and perhaps with a blessing of the cremator nearby. And they bear witness to this song and dance, providing with you a small amount of kinship, what they can. And then when it completes, the animals begin to slowly disperse. The small humanoid form of the cremator, the last to leave when all the other animals have finally done so.
When it does come to a close, when the song ends, she kind of slowly starts to stop moving, and comes to a few steps, and then just kneels down, falls to her knees, doesn't kneel down, falls to her knees, and just as the cremator is the last one to turn, kind of just goes, thank you.
In a weird blur of motion, you'll see the back of this small little girl, but then as the head slowly turns, the shadows kind of play with the mixture of smoke that's filling the air. And as the head turns, you'll see the very large broad head of the cat bear-like form of the cremator's true self, giving you this very large angular-toothed grin, and then a nod, and you'll see it as it stalks off into the forest.
Well, I'm glad I'm not alone. She says to herself.
And scene. When does Kenna head back?
When the moon decides to set.
Okay. All right.
I don't know how much time that is, but
yeah,
that's what she does.
Kenna, you will be gone for a little bit of time. You'll probably be back closer to about 5:36-ish.
Okay.
Given how late the sun rises now.
Yep. She would, when on her way back, would begin to look for any kind of. 1 second.
Bless you.
Any kind of plant-based foods,
okay,
if possible. They turn. The clan honors wildlife throughout the festival, so they become, I guess, technically vegan for however long the golden moon shines.
Okay. Well, in reverence to your display, when Kenna heads back, you find an abundance of wild vegetation that is suitable for consumption. Some of which you're pretty positive wasn't there when you came out.
Perfect. She will gather as much as possible. Heading back, she gathered the ash. I posted in the Roll20 chat because I had gotten this from the Xanathars, but the components are actually several glass jars, not vials.
Oh, well then.
No, like components in the herbalism kit isn't vials like an alchemist, it's jars, like several glass jars. I don't know if you go by several being 7 or more, because that's how I've always done it.
I agree with that.
But yes, so I would use some of the pouches. I would gather probably 2 whole pouches, if not probably 3 whole pouches of ash, to what Kenna might assume is the equivalent of 2 jars of sap.
Okay.
So it just says pouches to store herbs. I don't know how many pouches, so I'm just gonna say 3.
Yeah, and I think an easier way to keep track of this is that we will say between Gwen's sap and the ash you've collected, you have enough. You have enough to make 3 potions from what you've read, Kenna, alongside whatever else you have to gather. Yeah, and then you can have additional ash, given that you have so much of it. You could have in excess of X amount of potions. I think that's a good way to measure it.
Okay.
So you have at least enough for 3. I think 2 well-filled pouches, I think, would probably give you enough for 8.
Okay, and then an excess of ash.
Yeah.
Perfect. Cool. Wrote it down. But yeah, and that's when she'll head back. And that's the end of her thing out there.
Okay.
She will venture back to. Well, if there was time, she would have tried to pay attention to the circle stones. But if they're not fully uncovered, then she will make it a point to go back at a later time.
They by the end of it, they were fully uncovered.
She would. Okay, then I would, while packing up before leaving, gathering all the ash and stuff, she would then look at those stones, being like, "It's time to head back," and she'll look at the stones to see if she can recognize any of the art, or if there's druidic written on it, or if there's symbology that she knows.
Sure. You can make me a history or a nature check.
Okay. Because this range is not technically the Tuanathons, so there might have been another group of druids.
It is watched over by a neighboring clan.
Yeah. You said what now?
History or nature?
Okay. Gonna be 16 total. 12 plus 4.
Okay. So you go over the stones and look at the symbolism and the language.
And that was nature. Sorry,
yeah.
I wanted to clarify for you.
And the language in which most of this is based off of and I'm just going to check your languages real fast again. Okay. You don't speak the language that it is written in, but you do recognize it, given that it is not an uncommon language. There is a derivation of Elvish used in all of the various scrawl work in these stones. There are 8 stones in total, and they are sort of outlining the circle of the grove, very much like a moon phase, if you will. And they depict a series of exchanges on the backdrop of a mountain, in which you see very clearly 2 different sides that are opposed, and then the further you go through these circles, the more it shows the conflict in which these 2 sides have met and clashed in with the last one and the topmost one ending with a tall, muscle-bound figure that looks very similar to what you'd expect to be a very powerful, predatory cat-like creature.
You said very powerful cat-like
Creature.
Okay.
And it is placed in such a way on the stone that it takes up the upper 60% of it, with the lower 40% containing the visages of the surviving of the two halves that were in conflict, as if in warship.
Does it look like it would be the lower bit, two halves worshipping the cremator?
Perhaps. That is an assumption that could be made.
But is that what I'm? But that the idea, so like it is like a, you said tall muscle-bound figure representing a very powerful cat-like creature on the upper bit, most of the thing, and then there's these two groups of people that look like they're in worship.
No, the lower 40% is only one of the two groups.
One of two groups, okay. But they do look like in worship.
Yes.
Okay. I might have to ask for a write-up of the beginning stones, because you were talking a lot faster than I can type.
Sticky notes.
That is okay. That is okay. Okay. And then with that, she would then head back.
Okay. Kenna, you return roughly about 5:30 or so. With you, the ash, several portions of the ash of the maple tree, and an abundance of wild vegetation that is suitable for consumption by everyone in your party. Enough for 3 to 4 days of meals.
Okay.
Depending upon how it's portioned. So you could stretch it to 4, or it's just 3 consistent meals, or 3 days worth of consistent meals.
Has my... Never mind.
Well, I was just going to mention, Gwyn, you see emerging from the tree line to the north, a tall, mask-wearing figure, of which you are familiar with.
She sort of smiles a bit under her scarf. Has everybody else woken up, or is this towards the end of my watch?
Everyone else will be hitting their 8 hours at around 6 o'clock.
Okay.
So you got about 30 minutes before everyone kind of comes to.
Yeah. I'm gonna go down to meet her.
Sure.
I'm gonna go down to meet her. Glad you made it back in one piece.
Thank you. I told you I would.
Yeah.
Brought food.
She has a lot of food with her.
That's a lot of food. In the middle of where?
The forest provides. She smiles.
Sure thing.
It's the others haven't woken up.
Not quite yet. Hey.
Surprise.
I want to I was thinking about what you were saying last night about being alone and being free. You do know you're not alone, right? For whatever it's worth, you do, at least for right now, have me and your thumb. And at your side. But, that being said...
I appreciate the sentiment, but you can never be too careful, you know?
Of course. But, I need to tell you something. When I'm not leaning into this other side of myself, I can get ornery. I can get mean and I can get slow. So I could use somebody who understands what's going on, or at least knows of what's going on, sort of watching my back, or at least doing.
I will
watching
watch you.
the in line.
She's I had planned on doing that already anyways, knowing what I know, but I will be as vigilant as possible.
Thanks.
Anytime. But excuse me one sec. Or she goes, just puts a hand up, like a pause, steps back. Wake up! Rings throughout the fortress.
Gwen just, ears are a little more sharp than most people's.
She laughs. I know. I tried to take a step back.
Yeah, you all hear this.
Next time I'll take you.
I'd like to think that Portia sort of startled the yelps and that jolts Lars awake. Like, yes, yeah. Are we being attacked?
No, breakfast. Go ahead. Go take a break.
No, it's
I've got breakfast, so rise.
Yes, I'm rising. Give me a sec.
I only meant the promise of breakfast. Hello.
Gwen steps out to go tend the horses a little bit.
Okay, I'm sending now.
And tend the horses you do.
Yeah.
What I was gonna say was, if there's no danger, there's more polite ways. They say as they're like a little startled.
Well, I am sorry. There may be, but this was effective.
I do not appreciate it.
So
Maybe you will appreciate this, and like Kenna's began already laying out like the entire table's worth of like food and edibles.
Edibles.
Yep.
Edible.
Yeah, probably some mixed in there.
I would have appreciated sleeping in more, actually.
Well,
It's fine.
if they don't appreciate it, I do. Looks a mighty
Lars,
selection you have.
Lars would have like rolled out of his bedroll and zombie walked up to the table and just slumped over. He's really tired, but he's just not questioning it. It's like military for him. He's like, as soon as you say up, he's up, but he's not awake yet. He's just doing things out of automatic remembrance of what he used to do.
Otherwise, stays where they are, kind of sighing and waking
Kenna's
himself
just
up, but
like,
he's not.
why is everybody so tired? Y'all are the ones who slept the whole time. Come, we have a door to get through. We have to be ready.
Yes, absolutely. Eat, please.
Dyer, I have a question.
Notable.
Yes, Gwen.
Because I didn't take a long rest, technically, a full long rest, would I have lost one of my inspiration points?
That is a good question. For the record, don't forget that, because man, do I forget it all the time. You guys had a long rest. Inspiration points are cut in half.
Okay. The thing. No, never mind. It was just that since we just started the session and it was pretty much going to today, I
Yeah.
thought we might still keep it, but.
No, you're actually.
Wait, want to roll it.
Again, roll back. You're right. Not really much happened between there and there. So you know what? Strike that. Keep your points. And I've said it in the past, maybe it was to my other group, but when there are like really easy successive days that sort of roll by, it only matters when you're given a lengthy opportunity to have spent them and chose not to, that when you have to take a long rest that they're halved. Given this was all kind of quick, you guys are fine. You can keep your 2 points.
I mean, it was most of the session, but you know.
Yeah. Anyway. The morning has come. The sun has not. Breakfast is being prepared. Many partic wild delicacies from the, local area. It's like a farmer's market, but better. Particularly the garlic, which grows like wild onions out here. You guys are treated to a hearty meal, given that you have an ample supply of meat and now an ample supply of veggies. Breakfast is simple task to complete. The night went by uneventfully. Everyone slept well enough. But Gwen, you actually made an even better point, which is what I thought you were driving at, but you didn't, is that you actually didn't take a long rest.
Neither did Kenna.
Neither did Kenna. I need...
Kenna, yep.
Kenna, I'm actually going to absolve from this time due to the 81. Normally, this is what would happen to both of you, but right now it's only to Gwen. Gwen, I need a Constitution save.
Okay. Who's up next?
We
Which
have
one of my
inspiration
dice?
points, by the way.
You want to beat a 10. It's pretty
Which
easy.
is my dice? Sacrifice, I think it's your turn. 19!
All right. You do not gain a level of exhaustion.
Okay.
The more days you skip out on sleep, however, the more the DC will begin to climb.
Boy, oh boy, am I ready for that challenge.
I feel like I should have the college student feat where I can operate on 4 hours of sleep.
Except that's you, not Gwen. So, suck it.
Isn't that,
She
isn't that
basically
called
lives.
trans, bro?
It's called student.
I have a feat for that. Okay. So, your morning begins. Not bright, but certainly early. What would you guys like to do first?
The door.
I mean, aside from like general like washing and eating.
The usual.
Getting right.
I suspect
right
everyone
to the
eats
door.
and cleans themselves.
Yeah. Getting my getting poetic justice on the shoulder and getting ready to go downstairs, so to speak.
So
Go
the
to
door.
cellar.
Is that a consensus? The door?
Yep, Kenna,
I love
just-
going down.
Kenna gets her tools out. Well, Gwen. Kenna
No.
gets her tools out, puts the bag, puts the bag down, and then walks down to the door with the tools to start inspecting the walls and the areas.
We still have those temporary hit points from last time, right?
Nope.
They go away.
I didn't take a long rest.
That's actually a fair point.
Go ahead and keep her inspiration point. You can keep your temporary hit points.
Yeah, if you
Wait,
didn't.
did you take damage? Oh, you did. Oh,
They're gone now because
I've got to punish people for saying dumb things.
You got
It was-
6 HP.
It was the
No,
lowest
yeah,
hanging
kidding.
fruit you could have possibly have reached for.
And I
You still got
am
3.
but a simple lesbian.
No,
Yeah,
no,
well,
'cause
that dice will
the
grow
temp-
in size. The worse that gets. Just
By the
fair
way-
warning.
yeah.
By the way, the temp HP was before. Does the sleep before this? So they definitely go away this time.
It was when we woke up after the dreams.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so it was
Yeah.
last
Would've-
morning. It has been a
Yeah,
day
so-
since then, but they go away at the end of a long rest. Which neither
Are we
Kenna
counting?
nor
Yeah.
Gwen have had. So technically, they get to keep them until I flip open the book and double check the wording of the rules, which I don't care enough to do right now. But that's the call that's being made. Okay, so everyone gathers with the consensus that this door seems to be the most interesting thing for you to preoccupy yourselves with.
It is
Otherwise,
one would say
sluggishly,
the
but-
goal.
So you will gather around and begin descending the numerous flights of steps into the dark recesses beneath Fort Stinmere. where you arrive at a landing that is 10 foot by 10 foot, and there is a large stone door standing there before you. It does not appear to have any hinges on it whatsoever. It appears to be completely flush with the floor, the ceiling, and the walls in which it is set in. And it has a single area that looks like there's a handle to it, except it is inset in the door. So if you were to reach for the handle, your hand is partially in the door itself. Imagine reaching into a large jar, kind of like that.
Well, I don't have really any know-how when it comes to this, looking to Nikolai and Mordecai. But I can hit it if I have to.
Let's.
I
Let's
think.
see if we can.
Yeah, a bit of thinking first before we start blatantly hitting things. A bit of a plan.
Pointed towards Mordecai. Shall we inspect the mechanism and see?
By all means, I will assist you in any which way.
Otherwise, we'll just tiredly walk towards, don't bothered, to Nikolai. Guidance tap. Walk back.
Slap on the back of the shoulder. It's important to remember that this is quite deep down below the earth. There is no light down here. What light source are you guys using?
Gwen has dark vision.
I do
does
still
have
have
dark
dark vision.
But for the rest of you that aren't Gwen or Eloise.
Gwen also has a
Torch.
headache.
Produce flame.
Okay.
Oh, you're doing produce flame?
Produce flame will adequately light this small chamber.
And for those who may be vision impaired, control flame to produce flame.
Really bright light.
Can y'all see now?
Yep.
Thank you. Yes.
Yep.
Wonderful.
Very
Okay.
nice.
So investigation checks from both of the smart boys.
I ain't smart. I'm not saying I'm smart.
From the mechanically inclined boys.
That's a 13. Ouch.
Ouch.
What was the check? Sorry.
Investigation.
You can make that a 17.
I rolled a 17.
Total?
Doesn't matter then.
Total 17. Yes.
Very good. Well, you guys both take a quick moment to survey the door. You see, as I described earlier, it is completely flush and set into the wall here. There is no obvious mechanism that opens it or that is attached to. It is, near as you can tell, airtight. Even a small little water test will tell you that nothing will pass underneath the stone here. And if the part of the floor is swept away where most of the rocky soil still remains, you will eventually reach a smooth bottomed floor. The mechanism, the handle itself, is it's round. It's got a turning a grip where you turn clockwise. It is inset into the door about 4 or 5 inches or so, short of someone actually trying to find out. I figured you guys are just sort of looking and taking estimates. When you get the light source a little closer, Nikolai, you miss it, but Mordecai, you see inlaid in the back, so where the handle itself is actually affixed to the door, further in, that would be very difficult to see. When the light hits it in just a fine way, there is a small glint off of finely etched runes in the stonework.
Lars will sort of bring it to attention and go, is there a rune here? It's very, I could just see it in the light. I'm not very magically inclined, but Nikolai, I'm sure you're good at this sort of thing.
Can I, now that he's brought attention to it, can I read generally what it is? Or
Do you
try and ascertain what language it is?
Do you speak Dwarven?
Yes, I do.
It is a dwarven arcane language. I would like you to make a intelligence check to decipher the runes.
Can I help him? I also speak Dwarven.
You can help. This is in particular less about speaking Dwarven and more about understanding the magical machinations of Dwarven magic usage. But
Take that 23, boy.
yeah, that's pretty good. So using Gwen as a reference book, and a sounding board, Nikolai, you inspect these runes again inlaid inside this pocket of the door. You gather pretty simply that these are a defensive rune engraving that needs to be disarmed before the door will even respond to being opened. You gather that the runes, while they are constantly active, lock the mechanism that turns the handle, but they need to be given power in order for them to release the lock.
He will say that to the group. Quite interesting. Huh.
Deep pondering.
Don't
So
suppose
is-
those magic hands you could use those magic hands of yours to trigger it from a distance, could you?
I mean, I can try, but it doesn't seem to. It doesn't seem to turn with the runes active, like this.
What do the runes mean again,
Like
Nikolai?
They're like dwarven defensive rune work. It prevents the lock from being turned without being allowed through the runes first, like freezing the locking mechanism. It's quite interesting, and seeing as this door is airtight, it's quite something to break through, and we can see about activating it from range, but if anyone were to have something that could maybe dispel the rune work, that might be better.
I mean, we have
Nothing in my repertoire.
we have three plans of doing this. We have that what you have just said. We have Kenna attempting to knock it down, and we have all those cases of explosives. We could jerry rig them to maybe do some damage to the door as well.
At the mention of the explosive, Gwen takes a step back.
The idea is a sound one. I have a feeling that if this door is intertwined with magical protection, physical attacks against like explosives or hitting it may not do as much as we hope, or as much as what would happen on a door not magical.
Okay. So, dispelling this. Sorry, just to ask. Would my like D100 roll from earlier about finding out like the inner workings of this place? Would this have any effect down here of giving me sort of an idea of what's going on?
No.
Okay.
You have the basic understanding of dwarven architecture, and how they tend to operate and think. This looks like dwarven values, but done to extremist levels.
Right.
So it's very plain and simplistic in its look and design, but the mechanism that has been implanted here to prevent the door from opening, short of people knowing how to open it, will probably keep people out. And when dwarves do something with a particular design scheme in mind, they do it to a level of perfection that is sometimes scary. So if they wanted to keep people out, this door is probably going to be incredibly difficult to get through.
Kenna, will you touch the door for me for a second?
She looks at Nikolai down, squints. I suppose. Are you guinea pigging me? She doesn't know what a guinea pig is. Are you? Are you using me as
Bait.
bait?
Well,
If you're expecting me to get hurt, I would like to know before I do it to begin with.
I'm not expecting you to get hurt. It's just if one of us were to be hit by something,
It should be me.
you are far. Or you. That works too. Someone far more hardy than me.
Hmm.
Because if I do have a plan, the thing that I use to identify items can be used on anything I touch, and I can learn how to use them. So, for example, if the door were to be based off of a
I
word
get
that you
it.
say like a path,
Yes. Gwen, did you want to touch it or should I?
I'll do it.
Okay.
You should clear the room. And she'll wait until everyone's taken a step back.
Everybody just walks around the corner, except for Kenna's just standing at the end of the stairs watching. Still at whatever distance may be, but still in the room.
Nikolai's head's poking around the staircase, looking.
Lars is probably underneath, like looking under. Two heads are poking out.
Yeah,
No
you guys
way,
are
we're
just
not watching.
straight Scooby doing it.
Gwyn is swearing in Elven.
I mean, you guys have the height distribution to do that perfectly, by the way.
Wait,
So.
Diana, I have a quick
Yeah.
No, it's okay.
for
I
you.
don't want to see
Or-
interested.
I have a quick cultural question for you. Out of Elven, Dwarven, and Giant, who has the most colorful swears?
The most colorful swears?
Yeah.
Oof,
Dwarfs.
that's a toughie.
Maybe.
It's definitely elves are out of the question. Elves are very, as you expect, they're much more fanciful.
French.
Yeah. They're not French in my setting. Granted, that's an idea. Dwarves are based off of the Middle East in my setting, if that makes you feel any better. It's a tie between dwarves and giants. Giants are much more simple in how the swears are used, whereas dwarves have a lot more variation behind their swears and interpretation.
Swearing in Giant.
Okay.
Reaches her hand back there into the handle. You said it was like a jar. You have to sort of reach back in.
Well,
to get it?
it's not like it isn't actually a jar, but yeah, if you imagine
Right.
reaching your hand into a jar, like the only way you can get your hand around the handle is by sticking it through the neck.
Yeah.
I would like to, Nikolai would like to say while you're doing that, how loud are you cursing? Or is it under your breath?
Like under my breath.
Darn.
Before I stick my hand all the way in, I want to feel like around that what would be the neck of the jar to see if there's like any sort of gap where maybe like a blade or something could come down.
So on
Check.
on the inside,
Yeah.
sure, you can make an investigation check.
Oh god.
For the record, Nikolai, you did not find any mechanisms that made you think it would be trapped otherwise, other than the runes.
That was not the roll. I dropped my dice.
Uh-huh.
Oh, natural 20.
Okay, go ahead.
Natural 20 investigation. I think it's +5.
Mhm.
No, investigation is +1, so 21.
Okay. In your anxiety-ridden moment of fear being pushed into this, although volunteering was probably more the accurate word, you stop and you more closely inspect it because you can't trust other people's, words. Brain dead. You can't trust other people's word on this because it might cost you your life. So you take a moment and inspect and look at all the details. And everything to this door now that you're looking at it incredibly close, other than the fine runes that are etched into the back, which you can see with your nifty dark vision without any light source, everything, literally everything, including the handle where it's attached, everything is one solid piece of stone. It doesn't even beg to reason that you could turn this handle, because it's all one solid piece of stone with no line work anywhere.
And I reach back and I try to activate it.
Well, you reach through the neck, you find the handle, you grip. Nothing happens. Do you try to turn it?
Sure.
Nothing happens.
Okay, cool. I'm just trying to make sure it doesn't explode.
It does not explode.
Alright.
However, Gwen, at your touch, the runes in the back, and you can only tell because, again, your nifty dark vision, there is a very, very subtle glow coming from inside now. Because only after you've gripped the handle do you start to begin to notice this faint blue glow.
I didn't take a long rest, or I could have swapped out my spells. It just glows.
Yep, it's faintly glowing. It's only noticeable because of the dark vision you have.
Okay. But it remains glowing the entire time I'm holding on to it.
Do you let go?
After a moment, I will. But I'm just gonna watch for a second.
Yeah, it stays glowing. It's it's incredibly dim.
Okay.
While you hold on to it, when you let go, the glowing stops.
All right. Well, it didn't explode.
Well, not yet, but that is where I come in.
There's plenty of time for you to find a way to break it.
Yep. He goes over, sits cross-legged at the bottom of the door, begins touching it and casting Identify for 1 minute.
Okay. If no one interrupts him or does anything else, a minute will go by swiftly. Nikolai, your understanding of this door is not a direct understanding. The rune work of this door is intricate and very talented in such a way that when a spell is applied to this, it actually does not deliver the exact method of which the door works. A failsafe, you might say, for someone doing exactly this. However, you learn that in order for this door to function, when enough power is presented, the door partially transmutes itself and becomes a movable object.
Now, when you say power, is that magical power, or like muscle power, or is it just undefined power?
Nikolai is a smart boy. Nikolai does not think it's physical power. If Nikolai thought the answer to this door was to push instead of pull, he would be wrong. Although that would be hilarious, but he would be wrong in this instance. I'll do that to you guys later.
Very hilarious. Well, according to the spell, and sneaky little dwarves, I don't know why I say little, they're about the same size as me.
Average dwarf is about 5'4".
Have put in a failsafe for people doing exactly what I have to try and find out what the door does. But it does seem to be some type of, if you exert enough force, it becomes movable, like magical power. Yes, it doesn't seem to be normal. Like if you get 1,000 pounds of force, you can pull it open. It's maybe we need to expend spells while holding on to the handle, and it will consume the magic and transmute it.
Sounds like your neck of the
Yes.
woods.
Indeed.
Well, who has what to spend? Because I have a little bit to spend, but not much.
I don't have anything that's particularly powerful.
Neither do I. And I
I
don't have much I can expend.
I have nothing.
I had the feeling.
Do you know?
Well.
Do you know what kind of power, Nikolai?
No. It was rather unspecific. That's sort of the failsafe. It negated me understanding it fully.
Well,
But
and in your defense, Nikolai,
No?
the understanding of the translation was not that it was purposely vague. It is that the way it translated was a response to a very neutral, powerful, or a very neutral power source. As in, the better interpretation is any type of magic. So it doesn't have to be a particular type of school of magic, but really magic in general.
Yes, so it can be any type of school. He does want to try something. He will stand up, and he will, with reckless abandon, grab the handle, and then just to see, he will use seeing, which is the precognition cantrip-like ability. Does it consume the magic when he casts that?
It does take the magic as you summon forth the power of the cantrip, but nothing seems to change.
Maybe one with more power then? I'm...
It-
Go ahead.
No, it's just... we do have a powerful magical item. Not that I suggest we use it so foolishly for that. But if it's safe... and
Absolutely not.
I said...
We don't know what it's we don't know what it is. We don't know when it's stronger. We don't know when it's weaker. We're not pulling it out to bring a whole 5 stories worth of dirt down on top of us. Absolutely
It
not.
also may not
That's
work
not-
because...
Never going to.
Go ahead.
Never mind. No, it's fine. No. Otherwise, we'll take a step back and...
Well, even if so, I don't think it seems to be channeling magic into it. I'm not sure if a magic item would lose its magic to fuel whatever this is. Do you two, points to Gwen and Kenna, do you two have magic that you'd like to spare, or should I?
I have some things. Like I said, they're not particularly powerful. We could try something.
Go ahead. Can't hurt. Well, maybe.
Dyer, does Lay on Hands have a magic that goes along with it? Like,
Well,
I
it is
imagine
it is magically based, yeah. It's
Okay.
it's divine magic. It just doesn't have a direct like level strength compared to, traditional spell usage.
Okay.
That being said, if you were to try it, I know what it does. I have thought about this.
No. I don't know how many points I would have to pump into it to see any sort of result. And I don't have cure wounds today, so I'm going
Although-
to. Yeah.
If you two are hesitant, I suppose I could try.
Oh, this is out of character.
I
I'm
know.
just-
I'm just like, if you're dilly-dallying, I'll try
No.
it.
She would use something. I just don't know what I would use. I am going to. They're all first level, so I'm just gonna pump a shield of faith into this bad boy. It's the only one that I have that's like distinctly touch. So I'm gonna reach in and I'm gonna touch it, and I'm gonna use my last inspiration point to cast shield of faith.
Okay, so you're going to cast Shield of Faith.
Mm-hmm.
All right. You reach in, you grab the handle, you watch as the faint, dim glow begins again. You summon an inner strength within yourself to conjure the energy to cast Shield of Faith. And as you do, and you finish the spell, you watch as the energy that the spell itself conjures to protect you is quickly condensed and then rushes down the length of your arm through your fingers, and the interior of the handle of the door, where the handle is, glows briefly, like a flicker, like a poof. And then for a moment, the glow inside is now a bit brighter.
Can I turn it? Does it have any give to it?
It does not have any give to it.
Does the glow fade shortly after I cast the spell?
Do you? No. The glow stays as long as you're holding onto the handle, and the brightness of the glow stays as well. It is not, again, it is not increasing, it's not exponentially brighter, but it did increase a bit.
I'm not going to let go.
Okay.
I'm not going to let go. If I ritual cast a spell, does that cost a spell slot as well?
It does not cost a spell slot.
It is 10 minutes, though.
And I'm going to check my player's handbook real fast. I don't think paladins are capable of ritual casting.
You are correct. I don't know. Oh, wait. Nope. None of mine are content or that anyway. Okay.
Yeah, and paladins, are not ritual casters.
Yike. Big yike. I am going to put 5 points of lay on hands into it and see what that does.
Okay. You focus on the divine energy that is within you and push it into the tips of your fingers, and just like before, there is a flash of light, and the brightness dims back down, but the brightness has increased a small amount and maintains.
Is it brighter than it was before? Still.
Yes.
Okay.
Are we seeing this now?
Oh yeah, you guys can. Yeah, you guys can. I mean, it's hard to not miss the flashes of light, but yeah, the glow in the handle is very obvious now.
So it looks like you gotta feed quite a bit into it.
This could be very bad if there's something on the other side and we're not ready for it.
I wonder. If we cast the spell on you, would that also funnel?
What, you mean like daisy chain everyone's casting abilities?
Well, we can test that.
Do not cast fireball on.
making
Do
sure.
not cast fireball.
I can fireball.
Or lightning bolt.
No.
I don't know if I can. Well, the last time I touched it, when I let go, the magic dissipated. The light dissipated.
Yeah. I'd rather not. I mean, I can expend a little bit more energy on you, but I'd rather not unless we know that it's going to get consumed to open up the door.
We
Well,
don't know anything right now.
I'll give it a shot. I could recover a spell later, perhaps. It's good to know. And I am going to cast protection from good and evil, even good, on Gwen and see if that affects.
Okay. You reach out and touch Gwyn, casting the protection spell upon her. And there is a moment where you see the brief sheen of the abjuration magic sort of cover Gwyn. And then there is a moment where it fades and flickers out of existence, and you watch as the interior part of the door handle flashes twice.
How many times did it flash when I put the lay on hands into it?
Once.
Okay.
Ooh.
Is 3 a lucky number?
What's level is protection from good and evil?
First.
Oh, 1, unfortunately. Which
Is
means
it?
it is counting up.
But it is abjuration.
It's abjuration.
Just because I have it pulled up right now.
But it doesn't
Flash.
seem to matter.
Why? Huh. Interesting.
Sacrifice your dark vision, Gwen. I say out of character. You do have that on you.
I do have that on me.
Would that have already
Fire.
funneled?
Would that have funneled Dyer?
You still see normally. Or rather, you still see with as if the dark vision is active.
Okay.
Well, I have a little bit of power stored. I will cast Glimpse of the Future on Gwen and watch it get consumed. 2nd level spell.
It's a 2nd level spell. Okay. You reach out and touch Gwen, consuming the side points and casting the spell. And as you close your eyes, and there's a moment where your psychic powers ripple outwards, affecting Gwen. Gwen, you have this moment of a head rush, where your vision kind of blurs and almost dims for a second, and then snaps back to you as you feel the foreign magic sort of reach from your mind down through your body, coursing through your arm and reaching into the door, and there's another double flash of light. The natural glowing from the interior of the door is quite bright now. Noticeably bright.
Is there still no give to the handle?
There's still no give to the handle.
Wow.
She takes a minute to sort of like, after that head rush, just sort of like push her forehead into the door and just. Okay.
Sorry about that. I should have warned you. Yeah, that one has a bit of a kick to it.
Yeah. So Shield of Faith did 2 flashes, right?
No, it didn't.
Or 1 flash. Did 1 flash.
It did 1 flash.
And then Lay on Hands did 1 flash.
Correct?
And then 5 points of Lay on Hands was 1 flash. Protection from Good and Evil with 2.
Didn't your Shield of Faith dissipate, though, when you let go?
I haven't let go of it.
Oh. I thought that's what you said.
No,
She hasn't let go since she cast.
it would dissipate if I did let go. The light.
You don't
would.
know that.
I don't know that. But the light didn't the light turn off when I?
Yeah,
fade
originally.
when I hand out?
Yeah, like, cause the super dim light that was more or less telling you the runes were there would then turn off when you let go of the handle. I'm merely stating you don't know what they'll do once some of the runes are charged and you let go.
How many runes are there?
That's a good question.
How many? I looked at it. I saw it.
You did. And I would normally make you roll a history check, but because you got a natural 20 on that investigation check, Gwen, you can remember there are 9.
So there's
Oh. 1,
3,
2,
4, 5, 6.
6. 3 more. 3 more.
Can I do 1 point of lay on hands?
Can you?
Can I?
Do you?
I do.
Nothing seems to happen.
Nothing happens?
Nothing happens.
Good to know. I do 4 more points of lay on hands.
Nothing seems to happen.
Okay, interesting.
Maybe
One
it can't be the
burst.
same one.
Maybe. That's not a bad idea.
Spells.
You have anything?
Lars is just chilling at the back.
Yep, leaning
Got
against the
nothing.
wall, cradling, poetic justice, chilling.
Yep.
Maybe playing a little, gin rummy with Portia, just hanging out.
Yeah.
Hannah, do you have something that might...
I could, but I prefer not to,
Well,
unless it's the last resort.
That doesn't sound fun.
I could use
Well.
my spells for now. I could recover them rather quickly, but I still need to recover them. Shall I throw something else out?
Up to you.
Just
I-
Just a readied action. If we get the door moving, Lars will jump into action. He'll be aiming down into the door. Just
Okay.
So you know.
Yep, Lars is alert and waiting.
I can get my powers back rather quickly too, so it may not be that bad of an idea to get the door open and then recover
If we can.
if we
I
can. Yes.
do hope nothing's on the other side. No.
Well,
Very well. And
I'm Lars. Fall back home, and I have my sword.
I will cast. Thinking it might be individual ones. I'll cast Fairy Fire,
Ooh.
and I'll just don't fight it. And I'll have this bright. Let's see. Let's go with like a purple light, amethyst purple light. It will technically catch on Gwen if she fails it, so that's one way to apply a spell on someone.
Is Fairy Fire an AoE spell?
Yep.
Okay. The room
So
fills
everyone's-
with a sparkling purple light.
Doesn't channel into the thing.
Doesn't seem to.
Okay.
That's all I have.
Well, that's your go.
Nikolai, what do you have?
What was that, Nikolai?
Nothing. It's your turn now. I actually don't have any power left naturally.
Cast Steering Smite on the handle.
Okay. And what level is that?
First.
Okay. You cast Searing Smite. The divine energy races down your arm, and there is a single flash from within the door.
And if this becomes too taxing, we could always continue tomorrow. There
We would
is
be in
no
the
rush
same
after all.
spot. We would be in the same spot we are now.
We have more knowledge.
All I'm saying is Kenna has to input a spell that does 2, and now the doors are open.
It's not possible.
We don't have a spell you believe will work.
I put a detect good and evil. All of my spells are first level.
Okay, I'm sorry, you were casting another spell?
Yeah.
Man, how many more do you have left?
I used inspiration on the first 2 that I cast today, so now I had 3 left when we started this encounter.
Oh, okay, yeah. I was
Yes.
not accounting for the inspiration cast. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, you cast the spell, and as before, the energy rushes down through your arm, through your fingers, into the door, and there's another flash of light.
Still no turn?
Still no turn.
Okay, now this one, Kenna.
Shield of Faith. Again.
Oh,
She's not saying this, she just does it in rapid fire succession. So you just see the light.
Yeah. As you guys are debating, there's just suddenly a series of flashes. Gwen, you cast Shield of Faith. The magic coalesces around you, condenses into a small sphere, rushes down the length of your arm, into your hand, into the tips of your fingers. Absorbed by the magic in the door, there is a single final flash that is brighter than all the others, and you all bear witness to as numerous lines begin to carve themselves out of the door and the frame. And eventually, as you are watching this transmutation occur, Gwen, you feel the handle suddenly have a small amount of give, like you could finally turn it.
I will do that.
All right, you turn the handle. It is smooth to operation. There's no noise to it, and the door slowly pushes forward.
With my free hand, I am holding my shield out in front of me.
Okay.
And I have dark vision, but I can't see anything on this map.
Yeah. Calm down.
I craved
Hello?
dire.
I just got you here.
Hello,
Join
it's
the
me.
school. Join the bother dire about what you can see squad.
Dire, I can see all.
I know you can. Gwen, as you open the door before you, unsurprising to most of you, it is dark, but there is a set of stairs. While most of you cannot see much, you can hear the sound of running water. It is very apparent.
Can I smell anything?
You can make a perception check.
Straight? Or at disadvantage?
Well,
or at advantage?
Yeah, it's a sniffy one. Go at advantage.
Okay.
Give me a sniffy boy.
I was gonna say, can
Who just rolled?
Right.
Okay, it's you two.
Nikolai hear anything?
Natural 20.
All right, that's pretty good.
Natural 20 perception?
Yeah.
Plus 5. 3. 23.
Nikolai, likewise, you can hear the sounds of rushing water. It tends to dominate everything else. Gwen, your sense of smell picks up numerous things down here that are perhaps a little surprising to you. You smell the scent of fresh, clean water, that of moist earth, and the thing that catches you the most off guard is the scent of numerous different types of very floral plant life, of which many are not familiar to you.
I look back at Kenna. Am I holding the door open?
No, once you've pushed the door open, it stays ajar.
Okay. I look back to Kenna. And the rest of the group, and I just sort of... There's something down here, something growing. Something natural.
I still think I should we should stay here so we could recover our spells in case anything happens. At least mine.
Well, the doors may close again.
If we're here and keep it open,
I'm happy to keep guard of the front of the door if you guys want to rest. You guys have done some serious work. I've done nothing, so I'd rather give you guys an hour. I'll keep guard at the front if you want to rest a bit.
Kenna just like shrugs her
Okay.
shoulders and stretches. Mordecai, you want to go in?
I can do a quick scout. That's fine for me.
I'll go in too.
I also want to go in.
better to be safe. There is no rush.
Well, no, but there's also no real use in just sitting in the room that you can't close it back up against. Something's going to come out. It's going to come out one way or the other.
Well, like I said, I can be a first responder. Just put me a couple of 100 yards down there, and you'll be able to know.
I'll go with you. She
Okay.
just looks. There's a reason I didn't use my energy. 'Cause if I don't have to, I'd rather not. But I have all of it.
And we have much less of it.
Mm-hmm.
You can regain yours easily.
That's why I want to take a bit. I
We'll
don't
take a bit.
understand the rush.
We don't know what we're dealing with.
Then we
If
should be
you-
at our full strength.
if
Or at
you
least
learn-
more.
I do not mean to be rude, but in military form, if you have the right to strike and you know that the enemy doesn't know you are around, it's best to strike as soon as possible.
What's to say whatever enemy you're talking about won't know we're here in an hour.
Y'all assume there's an enemy down there, and she begins to walk.
Exactly. It can't hurt to check it out. Maybe there's an area that's better for resting down there. All I would say is I want to rest past that door instead of in this room.
If there's no enemy, there shouldn't be.
Is Portia coming along?
Yes.
Gwen follows behind Nikolai.
Yeah, Lars is striding alongside Kenneth, probably jogging actually.
Yeah, Maldahine, it is dark. What are you and Kenna doing for light?
I've had my produce flame up the whole time.
Oh, very well.
Yeah.
What is the radius of the produced flame with the control flames on it?
Good question. I think 40 feet bright. Sorry, 20.
It's a torch.
20.
Isn't it?
No, produced flame is 10 foot to 10 foot. So it would end up being 20 foot to 20 foot.
Okay. In which case,
So control flame is doubling. It's 10 feet for bright and 10 feet for dim.
as long as you maintain it, that's
Or
what
20.
that's
Yeah,
what you
20
have.
foot for bright, 20 foot for dim. Oh, we're up here. I just always assumed we were at the bottom of the map.
You know, Nikolai is falling behind Kenna and Mordecai. Speaking of which, is the staircase single file or is it allowed for?
It's single file.
Edelweiss trails behind. I'm not on the map unless I was in.
No, I haven't put you there yet because you guys didn't state you were going in. So I didn't put you guys on the map until I heard decisions from the characters to go.
Is this grass type algae?
It is not. It
The
is
green stuff isn't?
Nope.
Okay.
Leafy blades of grass.
Just so you know, Lars is doing like a military sweep, like rifle up, just constantly just like doing a 360 to make sure nothing's coming round, and you'll be intently listening for anything apart from our own footsteps.
I want
Seeing the
everyone
water.
to stop real fast. I just want to describe what you're seeing. As you guys descend the stairs and come around the corner, there are several things of note, even in just the narrow radius of light from Kenna's fire. You come down and exit a set of stairs that follow in a very well-made wall, matching very much the style of the fort. There is an enormous gate right here that has a very ornately carved gold dragon silhouette, a facial profile of a gold dragon head on this enormous multi-tiered metal gate. And it looks like it is attached to a large building of some kind in this otherwise unworked stone cavern. To the south of you, amongst several stalactites and various parts of the caves that have formed naturally over time from floor to ceiling, are different types of various bush and flora types that are growing down here that are not native to this region whatsoever. Thick, dense blades of grass along the floor, a wide, bubbling river to the west of you, which is bubbling most pronouncedly from here, and dangling down from the ceiling, just on the edge of the light produced by Kenna's fire, you see the tips of an enormously intricate root system. Now you may proceed.
Just walking the edge of the river.
Nikolai will set a torch up for himself.
I'm just going to give you a...
be floating.
Yep.
Item. Oh, thank you.
Gwen's just keeping next to Nikolai, so wherever he goes, she follows.
Now with the light source up, Lars will sit in the center.
There. You should be able to move in on Nikolai.
Will not sit in the center, but will be keeping guard.
Because he can move it telekinetically, he is intrigued by the root system, definitely. He's going to raise it up, not close enough to set the tree on fire, but just to get a better look at the ceiling.
Okay. The ceiling is mostly raw, unworked stone that has, over the course of however long whatever the roots belong to has been growing here, been worked and broken apart by this very large root system. Very clearly, in the center mass of this, there seems to be some sort of very dense heart of whatever these roots are growing from. When you actually sort of observe the entirety of the cavern, it extends even out and above this stone building fortification off to the east, taking up the entirety of the ceiling of this cavern, all 150 feet across, all 200 feet deep. It is enormous.
Ugh.
Place is strange.
Hmm.
Yeah.
You don't say.
Where did you say the river was bubbling? I didn't. If you pinged, I didn't see it.
Sorry, for those of you that are looking elsewhere, it's over there.
He is going to float the torch up over. See if you can get a better look at what's bubbling.
Make a perception
Is this
check.
a walkway?
Mm-hmm.
A plus up.
I'll assist in that perception. I'll be
Sure.
close enough by you to see what you're doing.
15. Out.
A 15. You can see down below, the water here is crystal clear. There is nothing growing in it whatsoever, and it is just smooth rock. Down below, butted up against this wall, there are several cracks that are riven through, and bubbles are just sort of coming up from there.
Ooh.
Kenna wades into the water.
It is warm and lovely.
Kill Bill sirens.
Oh no. Nikolai gets very scared for no reason.
Let's just go have a swim. It's nice and pleasant.
While walking around and everything, Ken is paying strong attention and studying all of the plant life. And also seeing if it reacts to the produced flame in her hand.
like the trees did.
The plant life does not seem to react as visibly as the trees did above ground. But the plant life itself, as mentioned, is completely foreign to the area. There are several different types of obvious plants due to the various types of leaves you can identify, but there are a handful of clusters of tiny white flowers that are growing together. They more or less are about the full size of a softball, and there's just like 100 of them packed into a tiny little thicket together, and they're sprouting all over these bushes. There are large bushes that have very thick blades of grass, almost like a monstrous aloe plant. And they are ribbed in these very razor-sharp, thorny spines.
Do they look like aloe plants?
Yeah, more or less. Their coloration's a bit more rich. They are quite a hardy dark green by comparison.
Is it one of these right here?
Yes.
She goes to try and break the tip off to see if it's like an aloe plant as well.
Okay. When you break the tip off, it snaps free with your strength, easy enough, and it begins to leak a viscous dark green fluid. It is sticky to the touch and smells sweet.
She's just holding Produce Flame in the one hand and doing this all with her left.
Mm-hmm.
She just thinks for a second. I'm intrigued. Does it seem like it would be poisonous?
It's foreign to you. You're not entirely positive if it's poisonous or not. It's not doing anything to your skin, at the very least.
That just means it's not acidic.
Mm-hmm.
She just... What's it taste like?
Again, it's a little bit sweet, floral. Again, quite like, what's the word I want? Well, I mean, the texture is syrupy. Yeah, not quite. It's not that sweet. It's sort of tacky. Like, when it gets on your tongue, it almost like, you know what happens when you have glue sit for like just like white Elmer's glue sit for a moment and then you move it? It's still wet, but it kind of sticks a tiny bit. That's what it's kind of like on the edge of your tongue. Then after a moment or two, it sort of eventually will dissolve with the saliva that's gathering in your mouth and just kind of just wash away. It doesn't seem to do anything to you. There's no reaction to it that's immediate.
While they're over there doing what they're doing, she's going to do two different things. First, she's going to take her dagger out and then kind of just cut her arm that she's holding the flame with.
Okay.
It stings. She's going to take that. She's going to take it, like another piece that has that stuff, and then rub it on the cut and see if it hurts or soothes.
Okay, going deep. So you take another edge of this plant, squeezing out some of this viscous fluid, and rubbing it on this open wound. What could go wrong? To your pleasant surprise, it does in fact soothe the wound, and the bleeding stops immediately.
So, like, it dissolves into, like, the blood cells and stuff and just, like, cauterizes it, basically?
It doesn't seal the wound.
Yeah.
It does. It stops. It basically stops it from bleeding. So the part that's interesting about it is that you watch this dark green fluid interact with the blood in such a way that there's almost like a chemical biological reaction between the two, and the blood is absorbed into the fluid, and you cease to bleed because of it.
It's like an instant scab. Yeah, seems useful.
Real quick, cutaway. Meanwhile, everyone else staring longingly at this large door with this golden dragon's face
that door.
embedded on the door. I didn't say everybody. What are you guys up to?
Does Nikolai have an inkling about what the symbol means? Like, if he's heard of where it come from, ancient kingdoms it's associated with, stuff like that?
History check.
Hey.
Dragon worship is often not relegated to the metallic dragons. Dragon worship tends to spawn from the primordial dragons and the followers that lost their war, in hopes that these beings of, extreme power might bring them back to the days of yore, as it were. Metallic dragons have always been lauded as the protectors of mortals. Sometimes people worship, but they are not worshipped as gods, despite their godlike power. So it is not frequent you see things like this. Especially in a dwarven fortress long abandoned underneath. There are no kingdoms, religious groups, cults, anything that you can pull from your memory, which is of history, which is pretty expansive. So it's not that I'm not giving you nothing, I'm telling you this is super unusual. This seems to be down here with a purpose of which you cannot decipher from anything that you've read in history books. Also, as a quick side note, does anyone speak Draconic here?
Coulda, woulda, shoulda, but didn't.
It's a pretty rare language for people to speak. It's actually not understandable.
Hell no.
Okay.
Yeah.
There are 5 runes along the top of this door. For the record, they are etched in gold.
Ooh.
I'm just gonna take out my journal and copy them into
Sure.
onto the top of the page.
Yeah.
And then glance back. Can I see Kenna's light on the other side of the river?
Yeah, it's incredibly dark down here where there aren't light sources, so it's very easy to see other light sources.
Kenna, did you find anything?
I'm unsure.
Where's Edelweiss?
I don't know. Can go find them. Oh, they're by the river over there.
Before you're interrupted, is Edelweiss up to anything? Excuse you.
Sorry.
Are the roots very, I see the root system here and what looks like to me a heart, honestly, so you're saying that too. But is it actually, kind of visible, or?
The roots?
What is this? What is with the pattern below?
It's the shadow of the roots above you.
The roots above me?
Yes, all of the roots above you, dangling down from the ceiling. This is the shadow they are casting, because you guys have brought light in with you.
That's cool.
Oh. As someone who wasn't using light until now, I couldn't. Okay.
Yep. It's from the large tree in the courtyard.
That's a fair guess.
One would assume.
Granted, it is worth noting how deep you guys descended, vertically straight down, how far these roots must have grown, which is very deep. To paint a picture.
I'm sorry, I can't think of anything they could be doing besides kicking their feet into water, which is nice and warm.
It is.
They probably would have inspected if it was safe first, though.
It's even warmer down here than it was above ground.
It's very nice.
Mm-hmm. It's like 95 to 100 degrees. It's just under good hot tub water. It's nice.
Oh dang.
Yeah, by the way, this whole cavern incredibly humid. In case I didn't make that clear, it was getting warmer and warmer the further you guys were digging down. This cavern very humid. If anyone was silly enough to put on winter clothes, you're sweating.
Your sweat.
has to lose 2
Yeah.
layers. Yeah.
I think Lars is down to his waistcoat here. He's chucked off his like officer's uniform, like massive coat, and he's just in like shirt and trousers at this point.
Gwen's lost her outerwear, and she's just got her armor on.
I will be inspecting the door of any way of like it can open, but I doubt it will.
Yeah, same. Appraiser boys.
Appraise away.
Okay, praise away. What roll?
Investigation.
So that was a 9. The investigation is 2, so that's a 11.
This is an enormous masterwork level door. Crafted from a metal that normally I would actually not tell you about this, but Moldahine has a particular influence with your family. This door is made out of adamantine.
Oh.
If you take a step back and really look at the structure, this looks like a bomb bunker. Except, you know, the weird draconic connotations kind of edge that away. But still, like, this is more heavily fortified than the fortress above.
Yeah, Lars will be like taking steps back, lowering his rifle and almost looking in awe at this door. And he'll say along the lines of, this door is going to be one tough cookie.
And for the record, Moldahine, thanks to your particular history with a certain dwarf, you do know that the door is still of dwarven make.
Yeah.
Again, we're talking about the extremist levels of going to perfectionism for what their goal was. And this door looks... If you thought the door getting in here was tough, this door definitely looks like, you know, only opened under incredibly specific conditions.
Lars will say, I think this door is going to remain closed for the foreseeable future unless we find someone who can speak Draconic. Because this is an absolute fine piece of work. It's phenomenal. This door is something I've never seen before, and it's made out. I know what material it is made out of. It is the same things that I use for my rifle, for my gunpowder. It's adamantite.
You. Wow. Of all the languages I speak, I really don't have Draconic or anything that exotic. I should
Would Krista know?
Probably not either.
Shame.
We are taught a lot of common languages. I know many of a lot of the races that we commonly deal with, and actually including some that we don't. They're just personal interests of mine. But yeah, no. As far as I'm aware, a language like Draconic is a little bit harder to learn.
It is a very uncommon language.
Yeah, Lars will just reiterate, I don't think we'll be going through this door anytime soon, unless, like I said, someone has deep knowledge of either Dwarven or Draconic language abilities.
Or we give it the good old identify and see if there's
Oh, you know, you could do that. You could do that, that's fine. And he'll just sort of like just turn around and walk away.
It's fine, no problem.
Never mind. Forget everything I said.
it's not going to go at the moment, but hey, it may help.
I'm the one with intimate knowledge about this kind of mechanism, but sure, go ahead.
Oh yeah. I'm going to activate his ring to retrieve the sword point and spend one in over a minute to cast identify on the door.
Okay. You cast Identify upon the door, and you discover something startling. It is wildly unmagical.
So
Now that would be... Well, unless this door also has some fail-safes to negate identifying magic, it is amazingly not amazing. I mean,
Oh.
well, the architecture is, but the magic is... There's no magic.
She's just gonna sort of like.
It's just a...
Gwen's just gonna. Listen, I think our. I think Blondie over there's got a better beat on it than I do, but I've been in a couple dwarven ruins. They don't need magic to keep people out. We might be best leaving this one until we're a bit more ready to handle what might be beyond it.
Sorry, did you say Blondie?
I think she did.
Did you say? Are you addressing me in character or out of
No,
character?
out of character. Just out of character. I didn't hear it. That's all.
Yes, sir. I did
Yes.
say Blondie.
A sly eye from Lars over towards Gwen.
He's not looking.
I can't actually see it though, to be honest. I just look where it came from.
Look in that general direction. We might for now be better served somewhere else.
At least we have a private hot spring to use rather than outside.
Yes, it is a... although the humidity will get annoying eventually, it is rather nice. Better than the cold, personally.
Can't wait for when we're having our hot springs episode and a dragon kicks down that door.
So what, do we just keep exploring around, or is this run its course?
We
It's
might
like
as
12.
well.
It's like 12 in the afternoon, isn't it? Or like not even.
Yeah, not even.
I don't... Yeah, like... he didn't spend that long getting down here. Not today, at least.
We have plenty of
Yeah,
time to look
it's
around.
like a solid 8:30. Like, really? The sun's barely not even beginning to rise, kind of thing.
He's going to call out to Kenna and Edelweiss.
For the
Hey,
record,
you two, we're... Oh.
I was just gonna note, because of where you guys are, stop, Gwen.
Nah.
Portia, when you guys round that corner, as dogs often do with a preternatural sense, gets stiff and alert to something.
Yeah.
Yeah. But we're gonna hold there. Nikolai, please finish your sentence without you're gonna shout across the cave.
Do I see Portia do that like mid
Nope.
talking?
No,
Oh,
you were just
yeah.
turning. You were turning around regarding thing. Yeah, it's fine. You're okay.
Yep. Hey, you two, we're gonna round this corner. You might want to keep up.
And
Do I
does
also-
Go on.
No, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, does Lars see like the stiffness of Portia?
Do I get the same sort of like beat of like hesitation or whatever it is that she's getting?
Yes.
Okay.
Something primal in your senses, even though it is suppressed, warns you of something off.
I step forward. I grab Lars by like his upper arm.
Yeah, he's holding
Yeah,
his
I-
rifle out.
And I start to pull him back.
Lars, I mean, looking at the situation, Lars understands and he would go back with you.
Okay.
Yep. Gwen, as you take that step forward to grab for Lars, in the moment where you're sort of pulling him back in that same sort of motion, the step forward and the pull back, you catch a glance, thanks to this magical dark vision you have, down through the cracks of this cave wall, the outlines of what looks like dozens upon dozens of skulls.
Can you ping it again for me? Okay. Yeah, no, I just pull Lars back around the corner, and if Porsche isn't following her, I go for her collar too.
No, Lars would make a hand signal and Porsche would follow, but I'm pretty sure Porsche would be like intently like doing the sort of like seek a hound, like pointing at where it is.
And we're over here now. Keep up.
Yeah.
And
I'm coming.
And
But-
she would grab on Nikolai too. So we're going.
But-
You're
but-
over here too now.
Yeah, but Lars would be like, Porsche sees something in the corner that's not really good. She throws like it's something bad.
There's a pile of skulls back there.
So that might be it.
Your voice down.
At this point, damn, that's within 30 feet.
Lars will go
Oh,
to the
this
edge.
is not-
Lars would go to the edge and be like keeping guard around the corner with the rifle.
Uh,
And I did intentionally say that out loud so Kenna would hear as well.
that is actually something. Is that Nikolai will use thaumaturgy. 30 feet this direction because he knows that Kenna's over there and Adelais is over there. He is going to make the thing. Yeah, the cry of a raven, just for to try and get them to notice how we're positioning.
Sure. Suddenly a loud caca goes off behind you, Edelweiss. Both of you notice this. It's impossible to miss.
Yes.
Then he'll hand signal to come on over. But then put a finger to his lips to say, try and do it quietly. Good old interpreting hand signals.
Oh, are you officially calling for a stealth check? Is that what you're doing?
I think I am.
Because that's what moving quietly implies.
I'm gonna Scooby-Doo on
Might
this
as
corner. I'm gonna stand in this block, but I want to like Scooby-Doo on this corner with Lars.
Yeah, Lars is
Yeah.
crouched. He's like crouched
yeah.
on the corner like this. Just
Yeah.
looking-
Yeah.
I totally
With
won't.
my
I totally won't kill you guys one day with a falling guillotine trap. Don't worry.
I've got my shield at the ready, so I'm just like I'm waiting for any sort of movement or any noise. I'm
Okay, well,
keeping a-
I guess those interested make a stealth check.
am I,
I mean,
one of those interested?
I don't know.
No,
don't
I
ask me.
I talked really loudly.
I
Hey!
am. Yep.
You're up.
There's no point in me rolling stealth. I talked really
Second.
loud.
4.
Yeah.
And I don't even have disadvantage.
No, going by real unnoticed. It's probably the two-headed, Morda Hein-Gwyn monster that is not too subtle.
More to Gwen.
Morda-Gwyn.
When?
Gwenderheim.
Gwenderheim.
No, I like Morda-Gwyn.
Kenna's not really being stealthy as she lumbers back
Slosh,
across
slosh, slosh.
the water. When I was over there, though, Dyer, I will say what I was doing over here the whole time, had my herbalism kit out, had my tools out. I cast light on the actual bush itself.
Yeah.
I was attempting to see if I could transplant that, like seeds off this plant so I could grow it somewhere else or keep the seeds with me. So my tools are still over there. My herbalism kit,
Okay.
everything is still over there. The bush still has light cast on it.
Mm-hmm.
But then, yeah, Kenna would be like, what?
Yeah,
and
just
then produce flame back in her hand and walk the 30 feet across the water.
Okay.
Sorry, it
Yeah.
was down here.
We'll make an herbalism kit check when you wander back after your party's done overreacting to something they
I
don't
just
know.
moved the 30 feet because I didn't know what your order of
We're not in initiative.
stuff was. So,
No,
I mean,
yeah.
slosh, 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 slosh.
Yeah, we're in a pretty soft initiative.
She's like, what?
Kind of just comes walking up to you guys.
I'll There is. There's something around that corner, apparently.
Can I smell
about
anything
it.
back there?
And
Clean
Lars
earth, fresh
Go
water,
on.
plant life. That's it.
Nothing
Lars
No.
would interject saying that Portia froze after looking something in the corner. Kenna sees skulls, many skulls in the corner.
Gwen.
Right. Gwen does. I does.
And Lars literally like points over there like that.
Kenna just sees the pointing. Still having stealth. She's not trying to be sneaky.
That's fine.
I'm gonna step around that way.
There are many.
And Lars is covering them. It's like saving a reaction to shoot if anything happens.
Very well.
Igwa's gonna go hide over here. And
Hide.
push the torch
Nope.
up here.
Nope. I accidentally grabbed the torch.
Oh, I need to get further out because I want to see what's around the corner. Like there, that'll do.
Through here? She
Yeah.
asks.
Yeah.
It's real unfortunate when you can't actually see. My produced flame drops,
Okay.
and Kenna touches like her breastplate, and then dark vision glows in her eye.
Do I still have dark vision at that point?
Yeah, it's not a concentration spell.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, those were my 2 level 2 spell slots.
The sphere of fire that was casting light in your hand vanishes. Your eyes glow for a moment, and then everything sort of clarifies in the darkness of the corner beyond. And you and Gwen can both very clearly see, now that you've approached this close, a pile of ancient, long dead bodies. The remains of which are nothing but skeletons and glinting pieces of metal.
Kenna approaches. Well, I'm inside a rock. Okay.
I want to be in a rock. There's nothing in here.
How do you guys keep doing that?
Not like a rock band.
How do you keep doing that? Stop. I even set the lines to be a lot thicker than usual. You shouldn't be able to just walk through walls.
Make better maps.
I just walked through that wall.
I'll punish you later for it, don't worry.
Sorry, it was a joke. I'm so sorry.
I think it's a setting for your dynamic
they
lighting.
they changed it. It's a toggle switch now. Now try.
Yeah.
No, I can't clip into walls anymore.
Good,
Give me
okay.
my powers back, liar.
But is anything moving in the bones or shifting or changing?
Nothing seems to be moving.
Then Kenna walks right up to them with Pyrebrand.
Kenna and Gwen, now that you guys are this close, you can see in front of you a immense pile of skeletal bodies. Dotted amongst them are the remnants of pieces of heavy metal armor, weapons, and shields. Of which, at a glance, Gwen in particular, you would recognize these of dwarven make.
How old?
Are you asking how old these bodies are, or what
Or how
era
old
the
is
weapon
the-
and armor come
like-
from?
Yeah, does the weapon and armor resemble like current dwarven sort of like styling, or
Make a
is
history
does it
check.
look like a history?
Mm-hmm. Let's see how good your dwarven history is.
Let's see.
All Kenna's looking for is scorch marks.
7.
You're not certain, Gwen. You just know it's old.
This dice is my favorite dice, and yet it does so poorly for me every time.
Kenna, you're looking for scorch marks. Make a perception check. Or an investigation check. Whatever suits your fancy.
I think. No, I'm curious because you said that. Okay, yeah, no, perception would still be higher with the +3. 14, 11 +3.
Okay. You take a moment and you glance over the skulls before you, with the skulls and skeletons. There are no scorch marks, but you do notice in a handful of the pieces of heavy metal armor where there are very clear signs of weapons that have cleaved through the armor, obvious death blows to whoever was wearing the armor.
Do the bones look gnawed on at all? Or,
Investigation or perception.
Investigation or
And
perception?
while you're rolling that, what are the rest of you waiting in the wings doing? Just letting Gwen and Kenna just, do their thing?
Yeah, I'm watching.
Lars is going to move in, but he's going to, because they've got that covered, Lars is going to look back away, like protecting the rear.
Okay.
17. For 17 for perception.
Okay. You look over this mass pile of bones. There are no marks that would indicate these bones have been chewed or gnawed upon whatsoever. As a matter of fact, they are in pristine condition, with the exception of a couple of pieces that you can spot that have broken. But would line up with the observation you've made of the handful of, as Kenna noticed, death blows in pieces of armor that would have likewise broken skeletal pieces and then fallen away when the flesh was no longer holding it all together.
Those death blows look like bludgeoning, like hammer, like concussive impacts, or does it look like the cleaves actually went through the armor?
Looks like the cleaves went through the armor. You would suspect more axe than hammer.
Mm-hmm.
And are the walls and like ceiling of this corner of the cave just sort of like closed?
Yeah, there's nothing else here.
Is there any windows or any sort of other structures on the side of the building that's down here with us?
Nope. Smooth.
So that wall is just a smooth wall.
Smooth, polished stone, just like the fort above ground.
Okay.
I'm gonna try to set the bones on fire. She
Okay.
doesn't know what this new ability from the cremator is capable of doing, but it's not right that they weren't given a burial. And
Wait, before you do this.
Is that Owl or is that Gwen?
That's Owl.
Okay. Rude.
Sorry. I'm gonna I'm gonna use Divine Sense.
Okay.
The presence of strong evil registers in your senses like noxious odor, and powerful good rings like heavenly music. Blah 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 blah. I'm just gonna put it in chat because y'all know what it'd be.
Yep. Fiends, celestials, undead. None of which register on your senses.
Okay.
it's actually not even Fae.
Oh, you know what? I'm thinking about protection versus good and evil.
Mm-hmm. By the way, I'm trying to see if I can light bones on fire.
Yeah, you are.
That would be a new one.
Yeah, I'm invested in that. Well, as Gwen has a moment of deeper inspection with some divine magic that is within her, Kenna, you kneel down and touch part of the pile of bones here, and you begin to watch as a flickering fire begins to extend from your fingertips and out onto the nearby bones and begins to spread as if dry leaves.
Kind of looks up to Gwen, a little worried look in her eye. And looks back down to the bones.
You did it.
It is already spread to half the pile in just the few seconds you've taken to look to Gwen.
That's new.
You
Just
watch as the bones nearest to you begin to blacken and then slowly crumble away into charcoal and dust.
Well,
Is that causing that area just to like light up, like it's throwing like more intense light?
Oh yeah,
around?
you guys have a bunch of dancing shadows erupting from the corner. And with no context of what Kenna does, this might be alarming to some of you.
Well, if they weren't at rest, then hopefully they are now. And I walk away.
Is there anything left in the fire's wake?
All of the charred bits of metal and weapons and shields.
Does it
Otherwise,
all look like it's been
the bones reduce themselves to ash.
All right.
What did you just?
Does it look like? What does it look like? Does it look like all of them are charred?
All of the weapons, armor, and shields?
Yeah. Yeah.
Are you fishing for a magic item, Al?
I don't know. I am
It
just
certainly sounds
looking.
like what you're doing.
I'm making observations. I'm asking
Fine.
smart questions.
Make an investigation check. Let's see if I can reward you for asking smart questions.
Thank you.
Must suck not to have one.
I have one. Investigation?
Uh-huh.
10. The 9.
All of the armor here appears to be blackened by fire. There is nothing that stands out to you worth of notice.
Okay.
Right. Lars would like to go in and have a quick look at the armor, but he would like to discern the history of like who bore like the armor, who worn it, who worn it basically.
Well, we've had one history check to discover the identity of this armor so far. I will take one more.
Can I use my inspiration point on this as well?
You're more than welcome to.
Yeah. That's 19.
Pretty good.
So what's the check?
History.
History. That's a 4, so that's 13. Sorry,
Okay.
23.
That's it.
And
That's
do
not what
I
I
roll
rolled.
again?
If you spend the point. So you don't have to spend the point right
No,
away.
no,
You can roll
23.
and then choose to spend the point.
I'm gonna sit on that 23.
Okay. 23 is pretty good.
Oh, can I choose to roll again? No, wait, I have inspiration.
No. And it would be far too late. Mordelheim, you spend some time sort of moving through the debris that is left behind. Used to the smell of smoke and ash. And as you peer at some of these pieces of armor, you kneel down and sort of brush a gloved finger over parts of it to get a better look at the intricacies that is left in the armor. Because Dwarven armor, while their architecture is more or less the epitome of simplicity, their armor is very representative of their history. They tend to build a lot of symbolism into it. And with it, sometimes you can even identify the clan of dwarves in which bore the armor themselves. And you can determine quite a lot from it, actually. Looking at it, you see that a lot of the symbolism that is on this armor is, maybe you're not surprised at this juncture, there is a very obvious draconic motif in which you see on a breastplate in particular that there is a dwarven figure emblazoned in the center part of the chest piece with a hammer held above their head, and it's sort of radiating these god rays out from it like a sun. And then on either side there are two dragons that are sort of curled up, making an S shape on to either side of that figure. And it's all etched in gold. The thing that is once again unusual, the same thing that Nikolai ran into, is that you don't know of any dwarven clan that would bear armor like this. But now that you know the details, of which are finally engraved into your memory, given the opportunity at a place with a large enough library, or with someone that is well learned enough about dwarven history, and I mean like an expert in it, you can probably figure out who these people were.
That's what I wanted. As Lars is knelt down, he'll sort of take it all in. He'll quickly get out his journal, write it all down, and try and do a quick sketch, if at all possible.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely.
Cool.
In addition, Moldahain, you also find in this pile of charred armor and weapons and shields and whatever miscellaneous metal debris is left over from the remains of these bodies, unlike Gwen, you find a helmet buried underneath a lot of this that is in more or less pristine condition. It was hard to spot because the ash did cover its exterior, but when you brushed it away, it looks completely untouched. And in very traditional dwarven sense, it is a very heavy helmet that has cheek guards that come down and wrap around, covering most of the front part of the face. It's got an angular visor that comes in a V shape, angling up towards the top of the head, and there is this golden dragon that is started at the top and comes down where it rests on the nose guard. The head rests on the nose guard, with the wings on the top of the helmet. It is beautiful. And seems to be the only thing that has not suffered from being down here for a very long time, nor being consumed in fire hot enough to turn bones to ash.
Yeah. Lars will pick it up and first of all, he'll make sure that it's not hot.
It isn't.
He'll then pick it up and give it a once over, quickly, like sort of like taking all its features, and he'll recognize it's of some significance, as if like not only could this be used, but also it can also be taken to someone, and like on top of my notes, give a visual reference as well as my drawing.
Absolutely.
So he'll sort of pick it up and take it away from the room.
Mm-hmm.
And as he passes both Gwen and Nikolai, he'll sort of just like give a surprised look and show them the helmet, and says, "This place gives me the creeps, so I'm going to go out of here," and just squeeze past them with the helmet in his hand. And as he walks past, he'll sort of recount what he saw and what he thinks about what it is. He can't say for certain what this armor belonged to clan-wise, but he'll definitely state as such. With that history check, would I know roughly how old it was?
Yes. Looking at it. And again, so while it doesn't bear any markings that are familiar to you as to the clan, the style of armor is actually quite old. It's about 900 to 1,000 years old.
Yeah, and I'll relay that information as well.
Because dwarven armor and culture is very much about constantly improving upon perfection, and so their looks and aesthetics tend to evolve pretty rapidly. So they have like every 100 years or so, they have a new aesthetic.
Yeah, I was just thinking like Lars, like with the rifle in his hand, looking at the helmet and sort of like looking like, fairly equal in sort of like, perfection in what's been made, basically.
Mm-hmm. Unless the time get away from me, because it has.
It has.
As much as we could keep digging, but I have a responsibility to keep the time. I will leave you with this. As Mordahain has his helmet tucked underneath one arm, his journal in the other, making his proclamation about leaving to, get a little fresh air, as it were. The rest of you sort of absorbing everything you've discovered down here so far, Kenna going to return to her herbology project. You see, as everyone's kind of reached this point where they've set their minds to one goal in particular, all of the roots above you begin to slowly move up and down, and after a brief moment you realize it's almost like the entire cavern seems to be breathing. And then a rustling begins.
What the
And
Seems to
that's
be
where we're
what?
going to end.
Oh,
Excuse me, seems to be what?
Breathing.
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 Okay.
I actually quite liked ending it right in Mordheim, going, "What the?" and cut the
Keep it PG-13.
panic.
Oh wait, the stream has been cut already?
No, the stream has not been cut. The session ended. Because I merely just wanted to thank our consistent handful of viewers that were with us today. Because, you know, it's hard being a startup Twitch stream, and so it's always nice when you've got a handful of loyal people that show up every week. So thank you for those of you that have been here and watching with us and are participating in this journey every Tuesday, same time, same place, with the same lovely people. And as become our new adopted phrase for the end of this, we'll see you next week, and stay frosty.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
But
Bye.